Yes. Hello and good morning. I'll see if we can get some slides on. So I'm Gudmund Høst. I'm EOSC-Nordic coordinator, and I'm also director at NeiC. Today we will follow up the yesterday by doing some sort of a mix. So yesterday we had one meeting which was very policy oriented. We had another meeting which was focusing more, I wouldn't say it was exactly technical, but it definitely had technical parts. And today will be a bit of a mix of both. And you will see what has been achieved in EOSC-Nordic, and we will also talk a bit about what could happen in the future. I will give a short introduction of EOSC-Nordic because it did occur to me when I walked back from the dinner last night that there are actually people here that don't know very much about EOSC-Nordic and maybe not so much about the EOSC at all. So, and this is easy to forget when you worked on a project for 3 years. This is the official final event of EOSC-Nordic. So it's both a big day and a sort of a sad day because this has been a wonderful opportunity for us to work together and contribute and learn from the rest of the EOSC work. So EOSC-Nordic in numbers, 10 countries have participated, 24 partners, and many of whom had not worked together before. The network of people who have worked on the project is more than 200, which I think is very impressive. Budget of 6 million euros and 45 FTEs. And it has lasted for 3 years. EOSC-Nordic aim to establish the Nordic and the Baltic countries as frontrunners in take-up of the EOSC concept, the principles and approach, but more than that also contribute back to EOSC. So it goes both ways. We developed a knowledge hub to integrate stakeholder competence, engagement and communication. We have worked closely with service providers on integration and interoperability of services. So developed a service maturity model, for example. Is your service mature to onboard on EOSC? So there's now a fairly detailed and tested approach to do this. Cross-border policies, working on that. This was discussed yesterday, and we also had a full session on cross-border exchange of data. Yesterday, a workshop on that. And you'll hear more later today. Fair data practices, had courses on fair data management. We also have an assessment tool, a fully automatic assessment tool that could be run to test whether data repositories are fair or how fair they would be. And this is, I think, could be very useful in a wider context and also for the future. Then various demonstrators for research communities, and I can mention an example how to get the climate modeling community onto the EuroHPC LUMI supercomputer. And as an aside, LUMI-Q was officially announced yesterday, the quantum computer to be connected to LUMI. So things are happening all the time here. Then EOSC-Nordic has bridged out and linked to a lot of other organizations and communities, both within the Nordic, several Nordic projects that have worked together with EOSC-Nordic and bridged now out to the full region. Other infra-EOSC 05 projects, so we've interlinked with those. continuously through the project. Then also international organizations like RDA and so on, and pan-European collaborators. So this has really been fairly intense. I will stop there, and I will leave the word to the project manager of EOSC-Nordic, who is Lene Krøl Andersen, and she will chair the rest of this session. So enjoy.
Thank you very much, Gudmund. And our next speaker is a remote speaker. And his name is Arentoft. He is from the Commission and heading the unit of Open Science, Directorate-General of Research and Innovation, and also have Nordic roots, I believe. Welcome, Michael. See you.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope you see me, you hear me. I would have loved, of course, to be in Tallinn, but unfortunately it was not possible. So I'm here in Brussels, and you're right. In fact, we went to the same university, and we are of the same nationality. So very happy to be here. As was said in the beginning, I will also try to have the spirit of telling you about a mix of policy issues, program issues, and some concrete technical issues. Also, what are the kind of services that we with EOSC aim to offer to the researchers. So the title of my presentation is the Tripartite Collaboration, and I guess many of you know what this means. What are the three parties that we're talking about in this collaboration? It is the European Commission, it is the member states of the Union and the associated countries to our program, and last but certainly not least, it is the research community. So these are the three parties. And the collaboration has both a policy element and a program element. The policy element is very much shaped around the new European research area, which has at its center the ability of research teams to build on the work of others. So it's all about enabling the sharing of knowledge, the sharing of research data, the sharing of various kinds of tools that are needed by the researchers. And then it has a program part, which in this period has at its center a partnership within the Horizon Europe program, exactly to pool the resources to achieve together EOSC. So it is about the grants, the procurements that we give in our program, but it's also about the in-kind additional activities that are given by the research community, so in particular the members of the EOSC Association. It is all a community-driven process on purpose. We want this to be very much a bottom-up drive in the whole programming, the whole priority setting, the whole investment strategy as well, and to have gradually over the next 7-8 years an implementation that is based on aligning the various levels, starting from the institutional level to the national to the European level, and even beyond that at the global level. So first about the policy, you may also know that we refreshed the strategy for building the European research area, which is in political terms about creating an internal market for knowledge. And the very first priority in the new European research area is all about the development of EOSC. But it goes broader than that. It puts EOSC in the context of the key enabler for practicing open science, for sharing knowledge, for reusing research outputs. And it is good politically to be in this agenda because it links with other actions under the European research area. So, for instance, it links to the legal environment. And this is important for EOSC because EOSC is also about providing researchers with the technical safeguards and the legal safeguards that they need to easily share their data, tools, and technologies. It connects, of course, with research infrastructures, because EOSC is also about federating data infrastructures in Europe and connecting these to high-speed networks, to HPC facilities. So, of course, research infrastructures is another important link within the policy agenda. Reforming research assessment, very important also, because one thing is to create an enabler like EOSC, but it needs to be used. So we need to have the incentives, the rewards in place for researchers to share data, to make their data fair, for research infrastructures to participate in the EOSC Federation. So there's a very important link also there to incentives. And as I mentioned, yes, it's European in focus, but it's global in scope. So very important also is the international collaboration that we need to have in developing EOSC. The program part is very much centered, as I said, around the European partnership, which is all about offering this web of fair data, of fair services. So fair data sets that come with generic services such as user identity management, data access discovery, interoperability. They also come with specific services, so for processing, statistical analysis, visualization. It's a European partnership, as I said, that cross different levels, the institutional, the national, the pan-European level. This is very important because, of course, there are many elements that are local. So the infrastructure is local, the repositories, the networks, computers, of course, they're at a certain place. But the data sets as such, the models, the software that we talk about are very much, of course, cross-border. So we need to talk about this in a pan-European way, in a cross-national way, in a cross-institutional way. And it's all about partnering. You know, the partnership, it's about working together, moving in the same direction, offering added value, additionality. And at the end of the day, we all want this to lead to greater impact. So the tripartite collaboration, as I said, it's between the European Commission, the states across Europe, and the EOSC Association that represents the research community. And as I said, at the center of that is this web of fair data and services. It is really about now accelerating the implementation of the European Open Science Cloud. It's about reducing complexity and cost of data management, data sharing and data storage in line with the FAIR principles. It's about allowing to produce research outputs that are fair from the beginning, so fair by design. And it's about, very importantly, offering this data integration, the composability of services that allow researchers to have workflows that are really easy to use. So going back to the programming element, you may have known that the whole EOSC process started back, and I would say even before 2018, 2016 was really politically at least the kickoff. There was, in terms of program, a preparatory phase in the last years of Horizon 2020. It was very much based on a call-by-call approach, giving only grants to selected processes, selected projects. And there was a roadmap. There was a light governance consisting only of member states and the Commission. And it was really to for every call to fight for budgets for these projects. Now in Horizon Europe, the approach is very different. It is, as I said, a partnership approach that includes, very importantly, the research community itself. It has a strategic research and innovation agenda that covers the whole program and even beyond. That is developed by the research community, presented as a main recommendation to the Commission in deciding on what should be the priorities or calls for proposals in Horizon Europe. So a very structured process with a community that has also committed on their side. And a governance, as I said, the tripartite governance that in particular includes the research community. So this means more of a guaranteed budget. It means more structured in terms of consultations and priorities that are much more well aligned that we have seen in Horizon 2020. Very importantly is that we work together and create a number of very concrete use cases. How do we see that EOSC is being used in the end within disciplines, across disciplines? How is the collaboration happening both technically, semantically, but also organizationally and legally? It's important that countries work together, and this was already said, that you work with service providers to see what are the maturity of the services and how can they be discovered across institutions, across countries. How can countries and institutions experiment together, learn from each other, share best practices. So we are establishing gradually this catalog of best practices, use cases, and activities. And we're doing that also organizing tripartite events like the one that took place yesterday in Tallinn, where indeed it is about public authorities working with the research community at national level, but also across nations in regions like the Nordic and Baltic regions. I would like to end showing you the results of a study that, in fact, we have not published yet. We will publish it in the next few weeks. It's a study that we commissioned last in June 21, so it has been running for more than a year. That is looking into across Europe the amounts and the types of research data that is being generated and how it is being used. It is looking at data deposition, data quality, the fairness of the data, and it has surveyed more than 15,000 researchers. It has surveyed more than 300 research data repositories. And I'll show you just a few of the highlights that we have seen in this study, which shows that we are on our way to develop EOSC. We're on our way to making open science the norm of practicing research, but there's still a long way to go. So the first one I want to show you is that we are not yet at a stage where research data is shared openly. 60% is put in personal or local storage. And so it means that 40% never makes it to a shared, trusted repository. And I can add, it's not on this slide, but I can add that also when it happens, when it goes into a shared, trusted repository, it doesn't happen early in the process. In fact, in 2/3 of the cases, the storage in the repositories only happens after completion of the project, or it happens after the publication that uses the data is accepted for publication. So not sharing, we are not sharing, the researchers are not sharing openly and not early in the process. The second thing that we have seen from these surveys is that the production of metadata, so for machine readability of the data, is very poor. First of all, and I must say this was surprising, 1/3 have never heard of the FAIR principles. And although 2/3 have some level of familiarity with FAIR. And the next slide tells us that although quite some researchers have known about FAIR, it is very few that make their data fair. I think you could claim from this slide that less than 20% make their data fair if you look at the full sense of fair. So it's very poor statistics on allocating unique and persistent identifiers to data and software, using community standards for metadata, using standard protocols, communication protocols, so that we can have common search and access engines, describing data sets using common vocabulary. So this, of course, is needed to have an interoperability framework. And also lastly, and very importantly, the R in FAIR, that researchers very often do not release their data sets with an open license or with a license at all. So the reuse conditions are all not always very clear. Now, the final thing also that the survey asked was, why is this the case? What are the main barriers for not sharing and not sharing early and making your data fair? And three things came up. The first one is it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. There are financial costs. So this is why we need to create an EOSC which is easy to use, and easy to use infrastructure, which makes it easier for researchers to share. Second reason are related to issues of data protection and legal restrictions. And this is why it's important that we link to some of the other actions under the European research area, in particular, the one that works on copyright data, digital legislative and regulatory frameworks. Lack of recognition was the third main barrier. And this is why we need to also work on the incentives, the rewards, so the research assessment criteria and processes, so that researchers are credited for data sharing, for data verification, so for generating data of quality, for generating or using services of maturity, so that they themselves, but also others, can build on this research work. So with this, I will end. I hope I gave you a mixture of both policy issues and a bit of the technical issues that we are trying to develop with the European Open Science Cloud. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michael. I think we have time, if there are any short questions, we have time to take maybe one or two. Otherwise, we will say a big thank you to you, Michael, for your insights here. It's super interesting and something that we will take on with us for the rest of the day here. And then I will invite to the floor the next speaker, who is the EOSC Association President, Karel Luyben, who will be talking about EOSC as a web of fair data and services. Welcome, Karel. And, I think we need some...
Can we switch to the next presentation? Not this one, but the previous one. In the meantime, Lene, thank you very much for the kind invitation and introduction. It's an honor to be here and to talk to you about the web of fair data and services and the work the association is doing. I have a little bit long list of slides. I will go through them rather quickly, and I assume that your knowledge, your basic knowledge of the field is enough to follow anyway. Let me start with my dream. My dream is the following. If I plug into Google the Delft University of Technology, where I come from, TU Delft or Delft University of Technology, I get 35 million hits within a second. If I plug into Google Hotel Forum Nordic, I get this within a second as well, and I even get a button to find the directions how to go there. Now, I've been working on the drying of gelatin as a researcher 30 years ago, and if I plug in drying of gelatin in Google, I also get, of course, answers. And an example of the answers are here. If I look at the first, a Nature paper, it is even open access, great. And it even has data with it, great. Then if I look at the data, it appears to be a Word file, which I then might be able to convert to a table, but it doesn't have any metadata. So I cannot really use it with the computer program I have in order to, let's say, calculate the drying behavior under different conditions. I have graphs in the paper, beautiful colors. I could read them with a lineal, but of course that doesn't bring me the information I need in order to do the work I want to do. Wouldn't it be great if we all could find a relevant data set for our work, as easy as we can find in the normal World Wide Web information as I just shown you. So if we would have a web of fair data to find these things easily. Wouldn't that be great? I'll come back to my dream later on. Ursula von der Leyen called this a web of scientific insight in her lecture 2 years ago in Davos. And we call it a web of fair data and the services that are going to work or working on these data, related services. It's a federation of existing and future data sources. And it's basically a virtual space where science producers and consumers come together, usually the research performing organizations. It's open-ended in its range of content and services, like the World Wide Web is, and it's meeting all the European data requirements. Of course, it has to be an interaction with the rest of the world. If we don't do the same thing in all the world, it's of no use to our researchers and it doesn't work. What are the guiding principles for what this thing is, which we tend to call EOSC? Well, the most important overarching guiding principle is we do this for research. Some people say we do this for researchers. I tend to say no, we do this for research. This is the process the researchers do. So it will help the researchers, of course, if we do this for research. But the aim is not to help the individuals, the aim is to help the process. It has to be multi-stakeholder. That means research performing, research funding, service providing organizations have to come together as stakeholders to make this happen. Has to be open, as mentioned by Michael. I would say as open as possible, as restricted as necessary. I tend to say not as closed as necessary, because it's not open or closed, there's a lot in between, of course. It is, per definition, based on the FAIR principles, otherwise it's not going to work, and especially the interoperability in there is an extremely important principle. It's a federation of infrastructures, as I just said a minute ago, and an important item is the machine actionability. If we are going to make this work, machines have to be able to find the data, to know what is possible with these data from the metadata, and to know what this machine, coming from a certain place, is allowed to do with the data. And these sets of information need to be going with the data, because data will be distributed in many places, or data sets can be very large, so it cannot rely on the action of human beings, which of course use machines. What are important requirements to deliver what we would like to have delivered within EOSC? Well, first of all, relevant data. If there's no relevant data, it stops. Secondly, sufficient metadata, rich metadata. If the metadata are not there, not rich enough, again, it's not going to work. A search mechanism, as I have indicated, software, which is often self-made by researchers, compute power, which is often available, but not everywhere and not always. You need storage, again, usually available, but not everywhere and not always. Access to the data, part of the FAIR principles. Automatic referencing if you use the data, because you need to, let's say, have an assessment of the researchers that produce the data, and they have to be able to get that automatically. And several other things. It's a rather complicated and long list. What is the position of this EOSC, this fair web of fair data and services according to the European Commission? The European Commission, Europe is building a number of what they call data spaces. The health data space is being built at the moment, and several others starting up. And you could see EOSC as another data space underlying the sectorial data spaces, seeing to it that the research and innovation coming from these data spaces is being served. Same standards are being developed, interoperability is being created. So EOSC is basically the basis for science, research and innovation data space that will bring together the data spaces resulting from the different sectors. If we look at EOSC at a global stage, as I said, we have to do this in a global approach. Then already service providers from third countries outside of Europe can participate in EOSC. They can adhere, as long as they adhere to the rules of participation, of course, to the legal values here in Europe. EOSC will work with other regional initiatives. We have a lot of contact there in order for the common goals, driving, let's say, a global convergence. And this is a slow process. Here are a number of organizations we interact with, but there are many more, and there's many regions in the world we have to interact with. This is not the first thing we can do. By the way, if I see these interactions, if I interact with these regions, I come to the conclusion that Europe is in this domain, well, front runner in the pack, I could say, from the developments that are taking place. But don't forget, the United States are investing a lot of money. And we should not be afraid of the United States. We can easily work together with them as far as I'm concerned. But also the commercial sector is investing a lot of money. And there we should be worried a little bit more. If I talk about my own university, the Delft University of Technology, it has more than 5 data contracts with Elsevier at this moment. And we should not fall in the same trap as we did with gradually developing the publisher's role for the publications. What are the grand challenges for developing this system? Well, there's technical challenges, like creating a long-run, truly multidisciplinary operability. In the long run, this interoperability has to go across the borders of disciplines. For the time being, you see some interoperability within disciplines, and here and there a little bit across. And for the short term, this means you have an optimal authorization and authentication infrastructure, which you need stepwise growing the interoperability over the time. More difficult and not as easy to solve are the social limitations, challenges, if you want to. Getting all the noses in the same direction is not an easy thing. Well, we have many noses here today from the different countries in the Nordic and the Baltic region. That's already a very good step forward. And so my suggestion to the EOSC Nordic would be continue after the money runs out from the Commission. That amount of money can easily be spent by the Nordic and Baltic countries. So join forces also after this. And combining the institutional, local, regional initiatives towards a true open science commons, I would say, because it's not a cloud, I want to emphasize again, with global convergence on standards and supporting the implementation of that. We have created, as Michael told you, a partnership with the Commission for that. We had an initial governance, he spoke about that, 2019-2020. These were 2 expert groups from the Commission that were asked to come up with a governance model for the future. They came up with an AISBL based in Belgium as a model, and this was created in the middle of 2020. And this led to a partnership that was signed in the middle of 2021 with the Commission. A partnership for about €1 billion. I'll come back to that in a minute. The partnership works as follows. There is an MOU, and there's a partnership board overseeing the implementation of that MOU. The MOU, on the one hand, has the association that's signed on behalf of all the stakeholders, and on the other hand has the European Union, where the European Commission signed on behalf of the European Union. And that jointly is the partnership. Then, of course, because the countries could not be a member of the association and maybe should not be a member of the association, we have invited the countries to be in the partnership board meetings, and they have formed an expert group with the within the European Commission, and there is where we interact, and they always are present in also what we call the tripartite collaboration, because these are 3 parties, the countries, Commission, and the association. If you look at the content of the MOU, and I'm not going through this list completely, you can get the slides afterwards, but then it shows that the contribution to the objectives comes from the SRIA, and I'll come back to that in a minute. And the expected contribution is €490 million in cash from the Commission over a period of 7 years during the Horizon Europe program, and 500 million in kind from the members of the association during the period until the end of 2030, when all the projects of Horizon Europe run out, and the partnership also lasts until the end of 2030. What are the commitments of the Commission? The commitments are essentially that they will listen to the stakeholders. They will listen through the association to make their programs based on the SCRIA that is created by the stakeholders. And what are our commitments? The commitments is the in-kind contribution. Therefore, we monitor this according to the additional activities plans and the reporting on that. And we monitor and report the contributions coming from the members. I have mentioned the word SRIA, or Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda, a few times. I would like to add to that the MAR, the Multi-Annual Roadmap, which is an integral part of this SRIA. And in this document, which was released about a year and a half ago, there are 3 overarching goals for the association to reach and for EOSC to reach. This is open science becomes the new normal as soon as possible, but let's say around 2030. The standards and tools and services are developed to allow researchers to use this type of approach or to work in this type of manner. And ultimately, also a sustainable federated infrastructure has to be created in order to support this. So there are 3 phases into the multi-annual roadmap. The phase of 2021-2022, when the association was hardly existing and we were just starting up, but we had some influence on that program. More extensive influence from the stakeholders came for the 23-24 program. I'll show you the priorities in a second. And then we are discussing whether there will be a 3rd multi-annual roadmap for 2025-2027 or 2025 separately and 26 and 27 jointly. What are the agreed priorities for 23-24? Technical priorities are the core creation and the onboarding procedures based on the procurement that will start later on this year for the core and the exchange. Interoperability and data search is being emphasized, and data quality is high on our list of priorities. Then the involvement side, there the member states' engagement. Well, things we are doing is like what we have been doing yesterday here in tripartite national events. Funding and resourcing models have to be created in order to get this across disciplines and across borders. And last, but definitely not least, are the skills and the recognition. Skills in order to do this work. Data stewards is a way of saying skills, and recognition, rewards and recognition. This has to be recognized in the appraisal of research and researchers. What is the EOSC Association doing in all this? As I said, we started the association in the middle of 2020, and the association is there, as Michael said, to provide a single voice of advocacy from the stakeholders, to promote the alignment in Europe, to increase the interaction and the coordination, and ultimately to enable, of course, this seamless access to data. This is in the long run, and I will show you what my view on the future is in the last slide. The association is to see to it. It does not necessarily mean that the association does this itself, that the system gets developed and governed, that the AAI is being managed, that the PID policies are being managed, that there is a management compliance network framework for using the system, and that there is a trusted certification for the repositories. And of course, we do outreach to stakeholders like I'm doing here today. We have to monitor services and transactions, manage the EOSC trademark, I will come back to that in a second, and contribute to the Horizon Europe policy. Otherwise, we would not be allowed to use the money. We have 163 members and 78 observers, and they are well distributed over the European countries. We have a board of 9 competent, independent people, which I'm happy to share. And then we have a brain pool of more than 400 people in the 13 task forces that serve the operation of the association. This is the association during the General Assembly in Paris some time ago. And we are creating, as I said, tripartite events. We are at the one in the middle and the top yesterday, but there will be one in Greece tomorrow, for example, in Spain and Portugal next week. We will go to Slovenia next week, etc. So the different countries have set up these tripartite events in their country to get the stakeholders together, to get the funders together, to get the governments of those countries, the ministries together with the other stakeholders. EOSC interactions. I know my time is almost up, so I will speed up, don't worry. They have a triller, a vibration in this device, which is nice. We have to interact with a lot of organizations, with members and observers. We have to interact with the mandated organization, and I give the numbers behind the list. We have to interact, of course, with our task forces, with the European Commission, where the money issue plays a role, with the member states and the associated countries, with the Infra Horizon Europe projects, with the research infrastructures, the S3s, the data spaces, the European partnerships, with a lot of organizations representing the universities and the cluster and regional projects. And as Gudmund mentioned, there's a lot of interactions to go through, as it is with EOSC Nordic. We have established a brand. This was the brand for 2020, Horizon 2020, not made by us, but there's hardly a brand to see. We came up after a competition with this logo, and this is the new brand where most of the new projects in Horizon Europe have adhered to, and there we are creating a family. I said I would come back to my dream. If in 2040, 50% of the relevant research data, this is data, publications, and software, would be as fair as possible, my dream would come true. By that I mean relevant by the researchers, and I mean as fair as possible, as is possible in 2040. These are principles they are developing. In 2040, they are further developed than now. But don't forget, we have to do this worldwide, otherwise it is not going to work. So, if that would be the case, then I would be able to find with a few clicks the diffusion coefficient of water as a function of temperature, as a function of gelatin concentration, and I could calculate the drying behavior of gelatin in different conditions and in different equipment. I had a computer program for that. I had to do all the measurements myself, so I had a few data sets, but it would have been great if I could have used the data sets of other people. And that would be thanks to EOSC if we managed to do so. Thank you for your attention, and let's co-create EOSC.
Thank you very much, Karel. Do we have any questions? Yes, Gudmund?
I had a priority list on your slides, and I was a bit surprised to see skills at the bottom of that list.
Yeah.
Is that because it's not so important, or is it because somebody else should pick up on that?
These were all priorities. They were not prioritized within the priorities. So those were the 6 priorities out of a much longer list. So skills is extremely important, and if I put it somewhere, I would put it on the top of the list.
I'm reassured.
Yeah.
Okay, any others? Yeah, Dr. Rahman.
For researchers to learn how to make data fair, they are doing research. What they are interested in is to do science and to publish good results and to get good publications. Why would they spend extra effort to make their data fair?
Yeah.
I did not see in the priority list incentives. How to convince researchers that this is something useful.
Yeah. So the question is, why would researchers make their data fair? How do you convince them that this is useful? Well, if researchers work in a domain like I did, where there are hundreds of people working on the drying of gelatin at that time, their incentive is very easy. By giving one data set, they get 99 or 999 back. So their incentive is that they do not have to do the work all themselves. Making it fair, they need help. One of the incentives is that the organizations see to it that data stewards are there to help the researchers, because otherwise the load is again on the researchers, where it's very often. I tend to say to leaders of research performing organizations, universities, instead of hiring your 21st PhD student, hire a data steward.
Yeah, thanks. We know that this is very important, but if there can be some EOSC funding or EOSC projects to educate researchers and convince them, because you cannot convince them with just one sentence. You need to do something more than this. So,
absolutely. By working on open science, by creating fair data, we're not going to get more money for research. So the only difference is that we distribute it differently. We have to admit that something like 5% of the research budget has to be spent on data. That is not seen everywhere. What you could do is ask countries and organizations, the Commission, to give money for the transition. There is not going to be extra money because we have the word open to science. Otherwise, we would add other words and we would even get more money. No, there is a certain amount of money for science, and with that we have to do it. We have to do it differently than we do it today. And what you could do with extra money is make that transition to this different form faster. And there I agree with you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Karel. And the next speaker is me. I will give the word to myself. And I'm going to take you, I'm going to give you an appetizer to the EOSC-Nordic project and hopefully help you, Karel, and the rest of the EOSC Association and Tripartite governance to make the dream come true. So if I could get up the slides. Yes, thank you. I'm the project manager of EOSC-Nordic and also the international liaison at Computer Room in Denmark. I want to revisit, when we started 3 years ago, we asked ourselves, is this project going to change how we do science? Is it going to change our legislation or the way we collaborate and ultimately our society? And I think standing here today, 3 years later, I think we can say, yes, we did do a difference. And we did change ways we are doing science. A little bit we are taking the steps. We are also getting closer to our legislations, looking at what is there are. We have truly identified barriers that is blocking us in the open science approach. And the way we are collaborating is also changing. We are becoming more and more, we have been working at a regional project, but we are actually, as Karel also said, we are working at European level with a global vision. So, and ultimately also our society will be contributing with data and so forth. So yes, I think we can honestly say, yes, 3 years later, we are changing something. I want to start by just let's move into where it is that we really want to do the impact. I want to introduce you here to some of the EOSC-Nordic pioneers, those researchers that has changed their mindset, has been willing to enter into the EOSC mindset and willing to step into that world. We have here a doctor, Henning Bundgaard, in cardiology. We have Anne-Claire, who is our climate researcher. We have Stefan Open, who is our natural language processor. We have an archaeology, Jens Bjørn. And we have Matthias, an expert within biodiversities. These are just examples of researchers that has been working actively with us in EOSC-Nordic and been pioneers in their fields. And Gudmund also mentioned the climate research, for example. Let's take out Anne. She is one of the researchers that has adopted the EOSC Life Science Toolbox. We have a collaboration. EOSC Life is a project collaborating with 13 ESRIs. This toolbox has been adopted into the climate research, and now tools are being used. These are cross-border discipline actions that is really going on. And if I take you, for example, to the sensitive data area, EOSC-Nordic has provided a proof of concept of how to get federated access to sensitive data. We have very strict limitation on sharing sensitive data across borders, naturally. So we need to find ways where patients can benefit from the knowledge that is obtained in each country and can reach to the patient, saving lives. So we have created or are working together based on also years of collaboration through NeiC projects as well, federated access so we can analyze data in a federated way, not without and still without moving the data from the actual custodians. Within the natural language processing, where we have Stefan Open, for example, as one of our pioneers, he has been working with a very large set of, a heavy language model for the Norwegian language. And here he has been improving the techniques for data management across the storage systems, infrastructures for sharing software, data, and models. So this is really strengthening this area, this field of expertise. And the benefits that's coming out of it, it's being automated, it's being replicable. I can always see the FAIR signs all over this, and we have now PhDs and master students being able to run these large-scale experiments. And for the natural language processing area, it's also, one of the ambition is to run on the large EuroHPC. In this case, it's Lumi, the DPU pilot in Finland and Norway. So their team has a joint follow-up with funding with partners in Czech Republic and the UK. So it's an area that is really progressing and has huge potential. For the archaeology group, here we have also the results has shown that now they can, an archaeologist need to go into separate databases and search precisely what it is that they are looking after. So they want to be able to search across databases and across countries. So here we have demonstrated the B2Find solution from UDAT, harvesting metadata across the countries and databases with an OAI PMH protocol, and now able to map the terminology of the Danish, Norwegian, English across the countries. This is a huge benefit for the archaeology community. And yes, they are able to search across national databases. The potential is that when they are out digging in the field, they want to be able to simulate where they should dig the next hole. Today, they dig into a grid pattern that is all fixed. So it's a financially heavy and so forth. And here they can also use it on the go to simulate and do more sophisticated diggings. So, and for Matthias, who was also, he's one of our marine experts. Here, some of the results shows that he has established a more successful test of platforms for connecting, analyzing marine genetic data across countries, and improve the data management in general for this. This makes him able to improve his warning systems for invasive species. Invasive species are also indicators of something else. So this is crucial in his field of expertise. It's easier to spot biodiversity patterns and trends. And in the future, he wants to connect into the climate data for predictive modeling and more European marine users on the platform that's called Pluto F. So really making an impact. They are still pioneers in their fields, but here we have the researchers ready to enter. This is the key message. They are ready to make this work across borders and to experiment with the EOSC and be more interoperable. So, and we have the solutions. So we have a big task in educating and implementing and getting them to help us develop the tools that are coming or that are here. So overall, which we are going to hear more about in the afternoon, the EOSC-Nordic key results, new services tool facilitating the integration with the EOSC Future Catalog, the FAIR assessment, and EOSC knowledge uptake. We have increased the FAIR uptake in the region. As we heard from Michael, we still have a lot of potential. We're starting from scratch. As you know, FAIR is a new concept, so the FAIR score is also new. So this is something that are increasing, and we can show that throughout the repository fairness, we have increased that. EOSC alignment and discussion fora has been very much consolidated in the Nordic Baltic region. We have very good discussion, also examples of yesterday's Tripartite meeting, and increased cross-country and disciplinary collaboration. The other key headings, you will hear much more about this in the afternoon. A window into EOSC Nordic is our knowledge hub, which our good colleagues will also take you through here in the afternoon. But this is where you will find all the results and materials. Everything is open access. So go ahead and go into our website on that. Also, one of the big achievements is to identify the gaps. We have been doing a lot of landscape analysis, and in order for things to become a success, we need to identify where is the lack. We are hearing questions: where are the incentives? Where is the business model? Where is the knowledge, the skills, the upgrades? And this is part of the process for making EOSC a success. And we're getting there. I'm not saying EOSC is a failure. It's on its way to become a success, but there is still a long way. And this is part of it. And I think we are all part of that process and journey. So by this, I want to raise the question, which is also the title of today: the end or a new beginning. I believe it's a new beginning, and for sure. And EOSC Nordic has hopefully made it better for the next person to come on this path. We are still balancing on a line. And I want to thank all our partners in EOSC Nordic, 24 of them, all of them, the organizations that has contributed. We have been led by our good executive board members. Thank you to them, and our international advisory committee. We have an excellent project management board who has been very committed and established also a very strong commitment into our task leads and work package teams. I think it's been a fantastic journey, and I'm honored to be part of it together with you guys. And also I want to thank NeiC for being the coordinator. And it's a unique thing we have in the Nordic. We have a neutral platform where normally European projects is led by one organization. And here we have been able to establish a neutral platform between partners that is coordinating the whole project. And this is thanks to Nordic Council of Ministers. Somebody wants to say something. And the NeiC organization, where we have a strong collaboration within infrastructure projects across the region. Okay, and by this I want to end, and I look forward to the rest of the day, and we will have a short coffee break now here after this, but I'm also able to take a few questions if we are very quick. Yes, Abdulrahman.
One comment: you forgot to say that we had an excellent project manager.
Thanks. Yep. Then I think we have some coffee outside, and then we meet in here again. Let's say it's 15 past. It's a short one.
like the attention, girl, I know you. But you're everything I want in life. We're fighting danger like Kung Fu. The love I feel is deep inside. The others don't matter. It's honestly us against the world. We're the perfect team. You're my dream, and I just want it. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. It's my dream. Myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Oh baby, if you ever need a helper, hey, you should know that I'll be there day and night. Nobody else can love you better. I'm here just to treat you right. You're the reason I'm alive. You're the only pain I can endure. And when you're not here, you're my dream, but I just want it. Yeah, I just wanna. You're my dream, but I just want it. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. It's my dream. Myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. But I just want it.
Deep inside I knew from the start, you my bunny, I'm your Clark. From now to eternity I give you all my heart. We are meant to be, it's clear to see. My love is bigger than I thought. I got everything I want when I hold you with my arms. The others don't matter, my love and my pleasure, the key to my treasure. Whatever's the weather, day up and out with you till I die. How many times for you I'ma try? Want you to notice the one and I know this. Perfect soulmate, I wanna show it. My best friend, she saved my life, my happy end in hard times.
Oh baby, hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself. But I just want it.
Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself.
I just want
Okay.
Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To
Okay, I think we will slowly start again, and while people are finding their seats, I just want to let you know that we really would like a group photo today. So before we go to lunch, I will announce this also later. Before we go to lunch, we will meet on downstairs by the stairs. So, but I will also say this again. So nobody can have lunch before we have taken a group photo. But it's, I will say it again after this session. But welcome back. And this next session is about the added value of regional collaboration and how this can support the EOSC. We are privileged in the Nordic to have a Nordic Council of Ministers, and we have a close intergovernmental collaboration. So our ministries, our countries are used to talk to each other and harmonize. So, and by this note, I want to give the word to senior advisors Cecilia Leveaux and Signe van Zundert from the Nordic Council of Ministers digital area to talk about how does this intergovernmental collaboration in the Nordics work and how do we do it. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Well, like Lene just said, my name is Cecilia Leveaux, and I'm the Senior Advisor for Digitalization in the Nordic Council of Ministers Secretariat in Copenhagen. And me and my colleague Signe will talk a little bit about the intergovernmental collaboration in the Nordics, in the Nordic Council of Ministers, and how the added value of regional cooperation in our area. I will give the word to Signe first, and then I will come back at the end.
Yes, thank you, Cecilia. I will just test yes. Yes, I'm Signe van Zundert, and I work as an advisor in Cecilia's team at the Nordic Council Ministers Secretariat, which is located in Copenhagen, and I work with digitalization. So in this first part of the presentation, I will take you through the, oops, I'm way ahead here in the slides, sorry. Take you through the very broad and general perspective on the Nordic cooperation, which you can see is happening in many different forums. And I will talk about the Nordic Council of Ministers, which was founded in 1971 and is the official body for the intergovernmental cooperation in the Nordics. It is one of the most comprehensive and oldest regional partnerships anywhere in the world. It is the Nordic Prime Ministers who has the responsibility for the Nordic cooperation, and the ongoing coordination of the intergovernmental cooperation is therefore delegated to the Ministers for Nordic Cooperation. Yes, so together we are 27 million inhabitants in the Nordic region, speaking 8 different languages. All in all, the Nordic countries' economies make up the 12th largest economy in the world. But I'd like to highlight a few things here that we find quite essential to share with you. As you can see here, as I mentioned, the Prime Ministers has the overall responsibility. Then we have the Ministers for Nordic Cooperation. And every year we have a presiding country. And this year it is Norway. Next year it will be Iceland. For the time being, we have the Secretary General, Jonas Vedel, and you see the entrance to the Nordic House here in Copenhagen. Yes. So our role is to create Nordic added value through deeper cooperation in many areas. We don't have any supranational powers, but we cannot legislate or negotiate on behalf of the members. Our role is to create the Nordic added value, so we initiate and execute and follow up on the political decisions. In the Nordic Council Ministers, there are 12 ministerial councils, each concentrating on a on a specific subject. And one special council, as we are representing, is the Ministerial Council for Digitalization. Yes, but underneath the 12 ministerial councils, we also have 12 institutions, and 3 offices here in the Baltic states, in each of the capitals. Yes, as you can see here, I highlighted the most, perhaps the most relevant ministerial councils for you, representing EOSC. But as you know, the world is not really divided into ministerial councils, as we see here on the slide. And we have, however, though, a quite clear structure for how we cooperate and build our Nordic platform for cooperation. Talking more in depth about how this cooperation can take place and be initiated, I'd actually like to ask you to imagine the Nordic Council of Ministers as having as a house, and it has several doors, and it's very important that you knock on the right door, which in this case would be the Ministerial Council for Education and Research. But I would also like to say that when you have first accessed and knocked on the right door, it is very easy to find opportunities to collaborate across sectors, and which is also one of the reasons that Cecilia and I are here today representing the Ministerial Council for Digitalization. Yes. So I would also like to talk a bit about our common strategy, the Nordic Vision 2030, which was adopted by our Prime Ministers in August 2019. And it's focused on reaching the 2 overarching goals on becoming the most integrated and sustainable region in the world by 2030. So all over the Nordic region, towns, countrysides, we want to live in harmony with nature and create sustainable societies. So the Vision 2030 is also an encouragement to handle climate change, pollution, threats to biodiversity that calls to our attention, but also in energy. And I guess it's not any news to anyone in here that the Nordic model is also facing growing challenges, such in terms of democracy, integration, and inclusion, which are topics that are under pressure. But still, we want to, the Nordic countries are determined to lead the way and find good solutions for the future. And furthermore, this also means in the fields of education and innovation and research, as these are the foundations, we believe, for the future. So mobility and integration that can ensure that we can study, travel, and do business in each other's countries, to sustain also the peaceful, democratic, and inclusive societies, where everybody has the right to participate and the rights and responsibilities, equal rights and responsibilities. And this is a very important foundation also for coping with these many challenges that we are facing in these times. So to achieve this vision, we will prioritize a green Nordic region, a competitive Nordic region, and a sustainable Nordic region. At the moment, we have just carried out a midterm evaluation for this first period under the Vision 2030, which was from 2021 to 2024. And the Nordic ministers responsible for cooperation will report back to the heads of governments later this autumn. And of course, this is also a start thinking on how we can continue to develop our cooperation for the upcoming term, which will be from 2025 to most likely 2027. So as such, the vision is, of course, the overall framework for our cooperation, on a daily basis and in all the activities that we do. There's an action plan beneath this vision so that we can track the implementation of our activities. Yes, but as I said before, it's important to stress that even though we are divided into these 12 ministerial councils, it is a prerequisite to realize the vision that we work across sectors. So this is a brief flyover of our foundation for the Nordic cooperation, and I will give the word back to Cecilia, who will take you through some details about our cooperation on digitalization.
Thank you. Thank you, Signe. Well, see this. No, that's the wrong way. Look at this. Look at it this way. Ah. There we go. I would like to introduce you to the Ministerial Council for Digitalization, where Signe and I work. Like Signe said, it's born in 2017, so it's a newcomer in the Nordic family. You have some information here, facts, on the slide. And I would just like to add that we are by no means the only ministerial council working closely with our Baltic colleagues, but we are the only ministerial council having the 3 Baltic countries as full members in our ministerial council. In addition to the Vision 2030 that Signe told you about, the ministers with responsibility for digitalization in the Nordic and Baltics countries adopted a ministerial declaration called Digital North 2.0 in 2020, guiding our work from 2021 to 2024. The strategic priorities are increasing mobility and integration by building a common area for cross-border digital services, promoting green economic growth and sustainable development through data-driven innovation and a fair data economy for efficient sharing and reuse of data, promoting Nordic-Baltic leadership on digital transformation of societies in a sustainable and inclusive manner. To deliver on these goals, we have initiated both long-term strategic partnerships between public authorities in the Nordic and Baltic countries. One example being a collaboration platform between the digitalization agencies from all the countries in harmonizing our eID solutions in accordance with the eIDAS regulation, and also working on digital cross-border services solutions. Another way of realizing these goals is initiating different kinds of pilot projects. We do that sometimes in cooperation with other ministerial councils or some of the 12 institutions that Signe mentioned. In addition to these 3 overarching priorities, we also have political commitments from the ministers. During the last year, the ministers with responsibility for digitalization have made 2 common statements announcing their commitment to further deepen their cooperation on digital inclusion, meaning leaving nobody behind in the digital transformation of our societies, as well as digital security in government, in which the ministers underline the importance of cooperating and exchanging information and experiences in order to ensure reliable digital infrastructures, as well as necessary competence and capacity to recognize and deal with cyber incidents and attacks. Both these statements clearly correspond to real regional and European and global challenges. So what then is the added value of Nordic-Baltic cooperation? Why just not cooperate on EU level? Well, there are many answers to that question. One being that the Nordic and Baltic region is at the forefront of digitalization in the EU, so it's reasonable to think that Nordic-Baltic cooperation may deliver some good results. Another answer, I think, was answered by quite a few of the speakers in yesterday's session on sensitive data, in the morning session, because the answer is trust. Trust-based cooperation. The high level of trust in our region puts us in position to reach some results that other ones might not. A former Secretary General of the Nordic Council of Ministers used to call trust the Nordic gold. And I think that's true. I think it also makes our region particularly suited for pilots. Another takeaway from yesterday's workshop on sensitive data was the significance of the legislative and regulatory barriers to cross-border data exchange and research. You would think that also this would be easier to solve in a trust-based regional cooperation, but I wouldn't even pretend to say that we are getting close to solving that within the framework of MR Digital. But I would like to tell you about one initiative. It's a small pilot project, it's a baby step, but still it's a first step. It's a pilot led by the Norwegian Digitalization Agency. It aims to establish a Nordic Baltic working group to explore issues at the intersection between digitalization and regulation. With new EU legislation, such as the Data Governance Act, the Data Act, the AI Act, there is a need to well-informed position, ensuring a value-based approach. There will be new roles and responsibilities that will need to be prepared. And the Nordic and Baltic countries could contribute to making future legislation digitalization ready. The results will contribute to national digitalization efforts through an exchange of experience and common approach to implementation of relevant EU legislation. This is it's a small project, but it is a first step to harmonize our approach to new legislation. I can give you many examples of interesting projects and initiatives. I won't, time is running out, you just bust in my little thing. But come and talk to me and Signe, we're here if you're interested to hear more. But if you are to take away only one thing from this presentation, oh, look at that, that was the trust picture. Well, this outlines what we said about trust. You know that already, because that was also said many times yesterday. If you are to take away only one thing, it would be to kind of focus on what Signe said, that the vision is guiding our work to 2030. But we're not only working against the vision. Like any organization, we have strategies and cooperation programs, and we are at the doorstep of developing the programs that will guide the work of the Nordic Council of Ministers from 2025 to 2027. In this, we need your input. So get in touch, knock on the right door to the Ministerial Council. There's research and education, and that will guide you to us. I'm going to conclude to mention if there's one thing that me and Signe will take away from these 2 days, it will be a deeper understanding of how interlinking the goals of research cooperation and the e-infrastructure world is with the goals of MR Digital, and the importance of close and continued dialogue and cooperation. So thank you. Yes, I was going to say thank you, but that was
Thank you very much, both Cecilia and Signe. We don't have time for questions, but you are here for the rest of the day. So I will jump to the next program, and we are now going to hear 2 good examples of Nordic collaboration. First is the NeiC, and then the NORDUnet. So I will give the word to you, Gudmund Høst, the director of NeiC.
Oops. Yes, hello. I will talk to you about the Nordic infrastructure collaboration, NeiC. And the point of departure is that now we've heard all the niceties about the Nordics and the Nordic collaboration, but there are still major challenges to research collaboration across the borders in the Nordic region. And the hope is in the future, as for Europe, the hope is within the Nordics that researchers in the future could be able to share data and use infrastructure across borders freely without really considering the borders. And we're not there at all yet. So that's the sad news, but somebody's working on it, and NeiC is working on exactly this, what we have developed over 10 years and still are refining, is a framework for collaboration between the actors here so that we can reach this goal and in the future have a better way of sharing resources and pooling the competencies across the full region. And then I will link with the previous presentation. So you saw this picture of the Vision 2030 of the Nordic Prime Ministers, and I show it again, reminding you that the goal is to become the most sustainable and integrated region in the world, and one of the legs of this work is the competitive Nordic region, and the NeiC links directly into this. So there's an action plan until 2024, and goal number 8 mentions the development of advanced IT tools and services to increase research productivity, also to accelerate the development of cost-effective and valuable infrastructure services that will reach even beyond national borders. So we link directly into this with our work. And also, you saw this in the previous presentation, how is the Nordic Council of Ministers organized, and the only new thing in this picture is in the lower right corner where NeiC is shown as a unit under Nordforsk. So Nordforsk is the research collaboration organization in the Nordic region. So NeiC is an initiative of 6 national service providers. So it is Sigma 2 in Norway, it is RHNet in Iceland, DEIC in Denmark, SNIC in Sweden, CSC in Finland, and in 2020, Estonian scientific computing infrastructure, ETICE, entered into this collaboration as a full member on equal footing. So we are a club of 6. And there is one thing that I think has not been mentioned before when talking about the Nordic collaboration, and that is the number. So being a big handful, but still only a rather few partners, you can try things out in a smaller setting, and it's easier to agree between 6 parties than with 30. So it means that you can, in some ways, move a bit quicker, and you can try things out without serious consequences. And then, for the cultural part, of course, I mean, there are some cultural similarities, and that makes for some fun. So we can crack silly jokes about each other, national jokes, like this one. So if you're lost in an Icelandic forest, how do you find your way out? Yes, Helmut from Iceland. Yes.
You stand up.
Yes, you stand up. And if you don't understand the joke, you have to travel to Iceland. It can be recommended.
Which is recommended.
Yes. NeiC works on digital infrastructure for Nordic research excellence, and we are a network of around 200 experts. And if you listen to my introductory talk today, this is exactly the same number. 200 plus is not an exact number, but I also told you that EOSC-Nordic was 200 plus experts. They're not exactly the same persons, but there are somewhat overlapping. And of course, EOSC-Nordic and NeiC has, this collaboration has worked nicely together with many synergies to the benefit of both the Nordic collaboration and the wider European collaboration. It has existed for 10 years. About 45 partner organizations we work with, and annual turnover is about 7 million euros, the full activity. So it's substantial, but still manageable. And then this creates a platform and readiness also for the big opportunities. So acting together, we can punch above our weight and engage more deeply into European initiatives like EOSC and like Euro HBC. There's a funding model for NeiC collaboration and NeiC activities. So there is roughly 1/3 of Nordic funding, Nordic collaboration funding. So this has sort of a political motivation. Nordic collaboration is good, according to the Nordic Council of Ministers. That's why we have it. So, and then there is membership fees from the members of the NeiC club. So this typically comes from the national funding agencies in some way or another, either directly or indirectly through the national providers. And then it's a project-by-project matching funding approach. So this is like an a la carte menu. We would have these possible initiatives. Who wants to participate? Well, if you want to participate, you have also to contribute with your own kind funding. And this has worked nicely. We've tested this out over 10 years and developed a system that we think is unique for the cross-border collaboration. And this system consists of everything from the full pipeline, from project idea to the realization of the benefits from the projects and how to enter this into a sustainable framework. Fairly detailed, but it's all standardized. And just the work to standardize these concepts between organizations, well, it's challenging even within a country, but to standardize on all sort of project concepts in 6 countries has been a big task. But we made an enormous progress in this and refining this and tried it out in, I think, roughly 20 cases. So this is something that we are proud of, and it's something that is underappreciated, I would say. So when you think of infrastructures, you often think of the systems, the hardware, and the software, but the way to organize the human capital, I think, is essential. And in a way, that's the same goes for EOSC. I think it's often forgotten that what you do with all these conversations, all these meetings, is to sort of to standardize the language, the way you talk about the concepts, and it's extremely important. And it's not so easy sustained when you change from one funding paradigm to another. So some of the activities we had this year, we do data handling for CERN. That is on the longer term, so we're part of WLCG. So that's the only operational activity we do. We work on shared use of sensitive data across the Nordics. So in the genomics, for the genomics community, we've done this since 2014. And the federated EGA, which was launched 2 weeks ago, is very much a Nordic product. We don't boast a lot about it, but I do it now. But it's very much a Nordic technology. Seamless access to the LUMI supercomputers and others, the framework of Puhuri, access mechanism, handling the groups and so on. That is a NeiC product. We worked on strengthening Nordic capabilities in climate modeling. We've done for many years training and infrastructure for software development, training 1,000, 2,000 maybe researchers into the best practices of software development, which is extremely important to get return on investment into the big systems. Infrastructure for quantum computing, well, that doesn't exist, but it will exist in the future. We started working on this. That's a project called Nordic Quest. And then we continuously engage with communities and the national provider organizations to elicit opportunities for new collaborations. And yesterday there was a workshop on sensitive data, and we ended on the foot of suggesting to now have a network to further work on the common challenges of sensitive data seen from the infrastructure provider organizations side. So that's a bit of a different twist, a more general approach than more previously. And then we coordinate this project. Concluding my talk, we see that there are still cross-border challenges for researchers, even in the Nordic region, major challenges. The EOSC vision is hugely important and motivating for the work in this region. I think the EOSC vision is great, even though I joked about it yesterday. Nasty, somebody even said, but that was not the intention. But I think it's hugely important to have these visions, to work towards it. And then also appreciate that these regional initiatives can in some way pave the way. They can function as test beds or sandboxes. So in this case, it's a regional sandbox. You can try things out in a smaller scale, and that can be very useful also for the larger context. It's less risky in a sense because you can do it with smaller investment, and then in some cases you could get the front runner and then to discuss this in the wider European context later, try it out in the bigger context, and sort of grind it towards other approaches, I think is a useful way forward. The Nordic platform is unique because it is, to a large extent, trust-based, and it's between now partners who worked together for a long time. And we really hope that we can use this platform to the in the best interest of researchers, both within the region and beyond. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you very much, Gudmund. And then now I will give the floor to Lars Fischer, the Strategy and Policy Officer at NORDUnet, who will talk about the Nordic Gateway to Research and Education. Yeah,
so thank you, Lene. So while we're waiting for the slides, it was interesting to hear the talk on Nordic Council of Ministers before. Back quite some time ago, in 1980, the Nordic Council of Ministers realized that there was work starting in the Nordic countries that were then at the forefront of developing research networks. Of course, at the time, we didn't really know what a research network was. We didn't really know what internet was, but there was experiments in trying to connect universities in the countries. And the Nordic Council of Ministers had this idea that why don't we make the Nordic countries talk to each other about that? So they gave a grant to have a workshop, much of some of the workshops that EOSC Nordic has facilitated, to bring these networkers together. And that resulted over a couple of years in the creation of first a project and ultimately an organization to run a pan-Nordic research regional network, connecting the Nordic countries and then connecting also the Nordic countries to the rest of the world. So NORDUnet, very much one of the success stories of Nordic Council of Ministers, created by the Nordic Council of Ministers with the seed funding that we need to come together, because often in these communities, all the right people are there, but having somebody seed the collaboration is very, very important, right? So this is something EOSC is doing at the moment, something the Nordic Council of Ministers did more than 40 years ago. So NORDUnet is this 40-year story, building a regional infrastructure for the Nordic countries. So who are we? Well, we are the collaboration of the 5 Nordic research networks. Some of the research networks are more than research networks. The Nordic countries are very good at collaborating, but we're also very good at being very diverse, right? As we heard before, even for 27 million people, we speak 8 different languages. We also create our research e-infrastructures quite differently. So Zundert is just a network, whereas CSC in Finland is an enormous organization that does everything in research e-infrastructure, right? But still, we managed to come together and form a Nordic platform. And we have served as their collaboration platform and their arm to do things together and act in European collaboration, act in global collaboration on their behalf when they see an advantage of it being done with a pan-Nordic or a joint Nordic view. That's not always the case. Sometimes CSC, DIC, any of our members have their own agenda and go into collaborations internationally or go into projects on their own. which is great because it creates energy in the community, but sometimes there is a benefit or a desire to act jointly, and then NORDUnet is there to help facilitate that. And even when we do different things, NORDUnet is there to help the countries discuss. And we have a strong and long-lasting tradition of doing that. So, I said we started at being the guys who brought the networking people together, and that collaboration have resulted in the creation of a global network facilitating the participation of Nordic researchers in any kind of global research. All research is global, all research is international. You can't do research in Tampere if you can't have connections to Chile or Australia or wherever it is, so we need that connectivity. Of course, we are part of European collaborations, but there's always been the strong desire among the Nordic NRENs to have digital sovereignty, I guess, is the European term for this now. We want to be masters of our own destiny. We want to have a certain assurance that we can do the things we need to do. The Nordic NRENs want to be able to say to NORDUnet, we need this thing to happen in this particular way with these rights of use of the network, with these terms for, or the mandates for how things are done. And by having our own global footprint, we can assure Nordic researchers that when they're connected to Zundert at a Swedish university, we take their data all the way to the other end, no matter where in the world they're going. So that's very important. And doing this together for the Nordic countries, who of course are 5 small countries, we get the scale we need, we get the finances we need in order to be able to do this together. Right? So we can build a global presence. And that also means that when we are part of this young collaboration, very important pan-European collaboration for research networking, because we are 5 countries working together, we have a strong representation. We have a strong voice in European networking, so we can influence the direction of European networking. So that's a strong example of Nordic collaboration, both giving us scale, giving us economy, giving us autonomy, and giving us European and global influence. So that's one reason we have NORDUnet. NORDUnet also sometimes do services at scale. Sometimes the Nordic NRENs or the Nordic infrastructures realize there are services where it's an advantage to do it at the largest possible scale with as many users as possible. So we do that for video type services that are used in education. Panopta Cultura are video services where researchers capture the lectures and put them on their Zoom. I guess many of you during at least the pandemic have used Zoom once or twice. So we have a Zoom facility. We run Zoom not as an American cloud service. We have a license for the Zoom software. We run it on-premise in Copenhagen, in Stockholm, in Helsinki, on our own hardware. So we avoid lots of GDPR issues, lots of privacy, lots of digital identity issues by running the thing on-premise. And we were able to negotiate these rights because we work together and because we are strong when we are the Nordic countries together. And we used to run this for researchers who were doing meetings online. We usually had, on a given day, about 5,000 users. And then something happened at the beginning of 2020. Suddenly there were more than 5,000 users a day because there was educators who thought, why don't we run our classes on this thing? And our owners came to us and said, look, can you scale this thing up from 5,000 users a day to 500,000 users a day? And we said, yeah, well, we can work on that. When do you need it? And they say, what about after the weekend? And we did that. All during the pandemic. You can see the users number of daily users there. We saw all these people, all these educators. So Nordic universities were able to keep teaching going online because we had Nordic collaboration that ensured that we had both the skills, the capabilities, and the resources to pull this off. Now the pandemic is over, but if you look at the numbers there at the end of the graph, we're not back to 5,000 a day. We are at least 10 times, and this is early September numbers, so we are probably at 20 or 30 times what there were before the pandemic. We don't quite know what's going on, so now we need to think about what's the next step with this. But again, being able to do things at scale is one of the advantages of Nordic collaboration, because 27 million people, strong economies, we can really do things together when we put our mind to it. So, all these countries working together, how is this governed and funded? Well, we are incorporated as a limited company in Copenhagen. We are owned by 5 shareholders, the Nordic ministers of research or somebody delegated in those countries for that. Traditionally, that means as long as anybody remembers, the owners have elected a board of 5 members, and those members of the board have always been the 5 directors of the Nordic entrants. There's no rule that has to be like that. It's just, Nordic consensus. And of course, we have all kinds of voting rights and rules and procedures about the board. Nobody quite know what they are because nobody remembers voting. The Nordic countries, we do things, as Gudmund was saying, by consensus. We're a small group, we can talk to each other, we can agree to do things together, so everything is consensus-driven. So one of the strengths of Nordic collaboration, one of the strengths of NORDUnet, that we do things by consensus. NORDUnet is quite differently funded from NeiC because we do a physical hard infrastructure. So we're 2/3 cost shared by GDP. So the 5 member states contribute according to the GDP. So Norway, Sweden, about 30% each, Denmark, Finland, about 20% each, and Iceland, less than 1%. Right? 1/3 of our funding comes from the cost of services. So the Zoom I mentioned before is paid for by the universities who use that service. So it's not paid to us, universities pay to their national NREN, and then the national NREN pay to us. So 1/3 is cost recovery for services. And then we participate in projects like EOSC-Nordic, like the Young project. That's in a given year between 1% and 3% of our funding. So we have a very stable, long-term, sustainable funding. So what are we doing for EOSC? Well, we're an observer in the EOSC Association. Maybe we should be a full member. We'll see about that. There are some things here. Who is the real Nordic members? And for us right now, it's the member states, because EOSC is a member state initiative. But of course, we're there because we can help the Nordic countries do things. So we're very happy to work with the EOSC Association. We're active in various projects, EOSC-Nordic, of course, but also EOSC Future we're active in. We have members in various number of the task forces, very strong in trust and identity and things like that. And in EOSC-Nordic, we have been contributing particularly to, and you can see there, cross-border collaboration models, legal insights about how you do cross-border data sharing, very much about the policy of data sharing, policy of service sharing, models for doing things across borders, because doing this cross-border is at the heart of who we are, right? So this is really the thing that matters to us. And what we can offer, collaborations like EOSC, what we can offer Nordic collaboration and Nordic engagement is that we have this stable regional foundation. We have stable governance, we are financially stable, we have a clear mission, and we have a clear mandate from the member states. So if somebody wants something done, like running a large-scale Zoom service, they can ask us to do it, and we have the mechanism and the instruments, and we have the mandate. We don't have to fuss around here. So there are things where we can do things also in EOSC projects, so we can do them on behalf of the Nordic countries, because we are stable and we are trustworthy. We also have something that is unique to the research network collaborations, because when we deliver services, we don't deliver them from some abstract place of taking the Zoom service from a market and just giving it to a random user. We develop it at NORDUnet. We have a profile, we have a conception of what the service looks like, and then we give it to an NREN in a country. So it might be Zundert in Sweden, it will be DIC in Denmark. They have the relations to the campuses in that country, so they can negotiate terms and usage and support those campuses. The campuses have the users, so they can talk to the user. So there is a clear chain of taking the service from the market through the regional collaboration, down to the national level, to the campus level, and then to the user, and to getting feedback on that service back. So we have this system of giving support and having supported end-user services, but delivered locally by somebody organizing at scale in the region. And so the governance and the mandate and the funding for that is clear, because there is national mandates to do these things, there are campus funding available to do these things, and we have somebody to talk to. We don't have to sit in our office in Kastrup in Copenhagen and find the end user in Tromsø who needs the service, because that is not what we do. We know we have somebody acting on our behalf in Tromsø and in Norway that we can talk to. So that's a very powerful instrument for any kind of service you want to deliver cross borders, because we know how to do this. Then we have clear strategic drivers. And this again, it's from one of the year's Nordic deliverables on Nordic collaboration. The driver for NORDUnet has always been to have digital sovereignty and to have cost efficiency, right? And we can do that. Is what we do for the Zoom service. That is what we do for the network. This is why we do these things, and this is why data is now becoming more and more important for us. This digital sovereignty in making sure we have GDPR compliant, privacy secure ways of handling research data where we can store the things locally, nationally, or regionally where we need to do it, but still take advantage of the global efficiency of using hyperscalers for storing things that are not critical, that are not under GDPR regulation or not sensitive data. So we can do that balance between achieving digital sovereignty and achieving cost efficiency, because we have worked on the mechanism for doing that. And so one of the things we are seeing right now that is one of the large topics for us is we are seeing science becoming more and more data-driven. Scientists have all these fancy instruments somewhere on the globe. They want to do stuff with that data. And somewhere we have traditionally, we just delivered a network, right? Here's a 100 gig connection. You can do something where you move the data to a computer or something. But more and more we are seeing our role is becoming ensuring that when a researcher needs to do data, the data is at the right place. Researcher might have allocated time on Lumi on a particular day, then the data needs to be at Lumi on the day where they have the time. The data may have to be in an archive or in a repository to be shared with other project partners, then our job is to make sure the data is there when it needs to be shared. So we're looking at more and more transitioning from being just a network to making sure researchers, anyone can work anywhere at any time with any size of data, and that it's trivial to use. And we're seeing more and more, rather than just giving researchers tools like an FTP or a Telnet client, we have to make sure we support the science workflows from instrument to processing to regional or institutional storage to national archives and all of that, and we support the data lifecycle. And we have to make sure that it's ambitious and secure and that it's supported. And really, it must be driven by the needs of researchers. So we need to engage with the researcher. We have a strong voice with research collaboration. We're working very closely with research infrastructures. We've always been working closely with CERN that Gudmund mentioned. We're working closely with other European or Nordic research infrastructures like ESS and IceCat, which are ESFRI projects in the Nordic countries. And we need that input from the research community because to understand what is it they want from the network. And there's a very strong interlink here with EOSC because EOSC is also working very strongly with the research communities. We need to share that information on what are the research drivers, how is researchers doing things in the digital age so that we can supply the tools for massaging and, in our case, transporting the data they have. So, and of course, we heard yesterday that research infrastructure is also geopolitics. Karel said it earlier, we have to watch out for the Americans and all that stuff. One of the things that we are looking at is how do we connect to Asia? Can't really do it through Russia anymore. Can't do it, not very safely through the Middle East. So what's the route? Well, if you take an airplane to Tokyo from here, you're going to fly over the pole or something closely. So why don't we do the networks also through the polar region? So you're missing a webinar we are doing today on polar connectivity. It will be available as a recording on the NORDUnet website from tomorrow. So come and talk to us about polar connectivity because that is also for global collaboration in science very important. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lars. The Nordic region certainly goes beyond the Nordics. Yeah. Do we have any very short questions? Otherwise, we will jump. We are a little bit behind schedule. But, okay, thank you, Lars. I now have the honor to welcome Ute Gunsenheimer as our moderator. General Secretary of the EOSC Association. And by that, I will give the word to you.
Lene, how much time do you give us? That's, I guess, the first.
Half an hour.
Half an hour. So we have to now make up for all the long coffee breaks. Okay, so thanks very much for the introduction. And we have a presentation. I produced a few slides to introduce the session. And I would like to give it a different angle, to put it also in the European perspective we are currently working in the EOSC Association. And before I do that, I would like to understand, who are you? Who of you are actually not beneficiaries of EOSC Nordic? I guess Karel, Thomas. So the majority, actually, you are, active part of this project. Who of you is part of a new Horizon Europe 2021 or 2022 project? Do you already know that you're part of that? Okay, so there is already some continuity, right, out of the old one into the new one. And I would like to look into you how we can make it even more sustainable before we open the discussion. This is what we work with in the EOSC partnership. This is the Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda. Karel mentioned it in his talk. It was published 2021, so prior to, later than EOSC Nordic kicked off. However, what you have done in EOSC Nordic obviously should find its place in the 3R or in the next version of the 3R. And for that, there is a process, and that is mainly relevant for those of you who are in Horizon Europe projects, where we as a partnership inform what's happening in the work program with a sophisticated process where we establish those multi-annual roadmaps, where you as the community have the voice, and then the program is being drafted, and then it's the projects who are there to deliver EOSC in the end. And for the partnership, we have now introduced a tool that we call a vademecum to facilitate collaboration, because now in the next panel we're talking about collaboration among stakeholders, and that is one thing that we do now under the EOSC partnership. However, we felt when we started this process there's something missing. What has come out of the old Horizon 2020 projects like EOSC Nordic, and how can they contribute to the delivery of EOSC? And I introduced this slide because it's relevant for what comes next. These are our task forces. And now the next question is, who of you is a member of one of our task forces? We have 13. There is room for improvement, as we can see, so here in the room. So we have 13 task forces under 5 main headings. And what we wanted to understand, these are all volunteers, basically identifying what needs to be done next in order to move towards EOSC and to update this strategic research and innovation agenda. And obviously, the more input they get, I guess, the more productive they can be. So we reached out to all the Horizon 2020 projects that were still ongoing at the beginning of this year and asked them, what are your key exploitable results? Name us 6. And let us know what you think is relevant for the partnership to move forward. And that is the result of EOSC Nordic. And there you see, obviously, a lot basically is relevant. And it would be good that we find a way how we can make sure that it's being, let's say, understood and sustained and uptaken wherever possible. And with that, I would like to introduce the panel now, who's going to discuss those questions with me. So first one, Gudmund Høst. Gudmund, you've been introduced, or you introduced yourself, the EOSC Nordic Coordinator and the NeiC Director. Then Hans Eide, Special Advisor Sigma 2 from Norway. Ivar Koppel here from Estonia, Head of the HPC Center, University of Tartu, and the Estonian Scientific Computing Infrastructure, and also the mandated organization in the EOSC Association for Estonia. Then we have Gitte Kusk, the Director of DIC from Denmark, also representing a mandated organization in the EOSC Association, and Vigdis Namvet Valheim. Is that correct? Yes. Director of the Norwegian Center for Research Data. So. That's not correct. That's what I got in my briefing. So, who are you?
Apparently, I'm Vigdis Valheim, but I'm part of the organization mentioned by Lars, SICT, which is established this year. So,
as
I was the director of NSD, but now the Director of Division of Research Services within SICT.
We are happy to have you here. So, and these are the questions that I have come up. But I feel that we are not really interactive here. So I would really appreciate, although we only have half an hour, if we could, let's say, be interactive and that you also address the panel with your questions. Because I have the feeling, actually, it sounds as if everything is already good. I mean, it is very good. But what did EOSC Nordic provide you with as an opportunity for additional collaboration, either inside the consortium or outside the consortium, that you would have not done if EOSC Nordic wasn't there? And if everyone could briefly say, yes, it was actually a good kick to establish new collaborations. Gitte, since you're the first one. So I go here.
Okay, thank you. Should I just say what you just said? And say, yeah, it's a good, yeah. No. I think that, as has been said here, we have already, for many, many years, have a very good Nordic collaboration. And of course, the EOSC Nordic project has enabled other people from our organizations to work together and find out new ways. So, of course, as most projects, this has been very good and has spread the work to new people and the collaboration.
Who of those who are sitting here is new for you in that sense, where you said, I wouldn't have known this person if I hadn't been in EOSC Nordic? Anyone? Or there are still lots of new people to meet over the lunch break?
There are still a lot of new people to meet for me.
Very good. So, Victus, what is new?
Well, as you mentioned that I used to be the director of the Norwegian Center for Research Data, which means that I'm representing the social science community, CESTA, the Consortium for European Social Science Data Archive, the S3 pillar in this project, which primarily is an e-infrastructure project. And this means that just the mere fact that the research infrastructure or the Nordic data infrastructure was invited to take part in this project gives us a unique opportunity to work together with the e-infrastructure community and bridge the gap between data infrastructures and e-infrastructure, which has been really fruitful.
That is maybe quickly a question to Gudmund, to you. The morning was very much dedicated to the service providers and the network providers. Where's the data, indeed? I mean, so research infrastructure here, one represented in the EOSC Nordic Consortium. Will that be addressed then in the afternoon session, or is that something where you would say maybe there's a set of stakeholders that we have not yet fully integrated and collaborated with in the context of EOSC Nordic, and that's an opportunity for the next phase? Yeah.
Who are you asking?
I asked the project coordinator first.
Yes, so I think we will get back to much of these questions in the afternoon session.
For those of us who cannot be there, do you want to share already some insights?
Insights from the afternoon session?
In the sense of, really, I would be interested because the morning was very heavy on infrastructures, on service providers. So where is the data?
Well, it's not only the Norwegian CESTA service provider that is represented in EOSC Nordic. It's also the Finnish, the Swedish, as well as the Icelandic. So, we have a history of going back 50 years working on data, cross-border data, and open access, and of course. We've been discussing for many, many years together with the e-infrastructure colleagues, but you know, in the busy days, it's a lot of talk about cooperation and not operational cooperation, more on the strategic level than on the operational level. And I think this project have in some way built the platform for further collaboration on the Nordic level, but also on the European level, because we moved beyond the borders of
Did
the Nordic.
Nordic facilitate that, to open the view outside basically the Nordic collaboration?
Yes. And the data infrastructure, we have a tradition of working on a European and international level, also cooperating on a Nordic level, but not with this formal organization like NeiC or NORDUnet, even though NORDUnet, in Norway, no NORDUnet people and data archive people have been merged in the new organization. We merged together, which make it easier to cooperate on a national level. But this project have also made it possible to develop further the cooperation that Lars said, like the network people, they want to take over the data, the data world, but we work together, which is good.
Then similar positive experiences then for you, Eva, I mean representing also the Baltic countries now in this panel.
Yeah, so Baltic countries may be a bit late starters compared to Nordics. So the level of cooperation rise was much higher for us. And as a general rule, we don't do things we don't need even for projects. So EOSC has allowed us to do multiple things we wanted to do. So I must say the experience is positive.
And is there something that you will continue doing, although the project has now or will come to an end very soon? Where you say these are now established collaborations, new collaborations that we will maintain because they were so beneficial?
In practice, there are a lot of ongoing collaborations. So we still continue being part of NeiC. So we are cooperating very closely with LUMI. Of course, everybody has some European projects new going on. So yes, so we will not look everything off and go home.
Okay, so Hans, the same for you. You will not shut down and go home and not talk to the others anymore. Hans didn't like my questions, by the way. So
is it on?
Yeah.
It's on. So I think the good points are already brought up here. But looking forward, I think there's a potential in actually going into the research infrastructures, because many of them have data that we have not engaged with yet, and we could actually help them onboard to the EOSC in a way, because I think there's a big potential to actually go and get...
I mean, you have several international research infrastructures like CESTA or the European Spallation Source where I worked before. You have ICOS in Finland. I mean, you have many international organizations in the Nordic countries and in not in the Baltic yet, but in the Nordic countries. How do you, let's say, engage with them, and what could maybe the association do in order to support this engagement?
Yeah, so I think we should make it easy for them to put the EOSC branding on. Many of them have portals and services already, and why not make it a part of EOSC? It should be quite easy for most, but other data and research infrastructure may need some help, and that's a good thing that we could look at in the next.
I would expect that, I mean, obviously CESTA is part of the SHOCK cluster. Have you been interacting with the other science clusters in this project in one way or another?
Maybe Gudmund can answer. But the cluster projects are definitely easier to work with than singular research infrastructures that are not so advanced.
Yeah, sorry. You're Gudmund.
Yes, so I would like to point to a different aspect that we have learned from this project, and that is the engagement with the policy level and the work we've done, for example, with policy workshops and the meeting yesterday. And what so this has been a fairly new experience in sort of across stakeholder engagements that we haven't done too much of at the Nordic level previously. And also there was a recent evaluation of the Nordic infrastructure collaboration, and they're pointing to the need for a forum where NeiC and funding agencies, and both at the national and Nordic level, should come together and do more discussions. So that's actually a lesson learned from EOSC Nordic, that there should be more of this, and this is a very much an ongoing challenge. I think there's a need for people in the ministries to meet more frequently with colleagues from other countries and also with the infrastructure people to develop a common knowledge. We frequently forget that it's very alienating, just the acronyms and the technical lingo. Very difficult for people at the policy level to get into this and to develop this. The conversation better, I think, is a huge need, and it's something that we've learned from the EOSC-Nordic project.
Would the tripartite collaboration a kind of model that you could, or an umbrella, a framework that we can use together? Because obviously we're interested in achieving things together. We had yesterday this big Nordic and Baltic tripartite event where all the ministries, the steering board members were represented, the funding agency. How can we build on that? Maybe then on a national follow-up also to say, how do we structure dialogue and collaboration on a national level?
It's a brilliant example. I think this is a very good model. What we see in our region is that the funding agencies more and more want to get into sort of a mechanistic approach where they want to receive applications for funding and then just be very neutral and then give the result back. So what I miss from the old days was more interaction where it could actually have conversations about these things, because you can still handle conflicts of interest and objectivity and integrity, but the conversations, I think, for some reason has been lost.
But that is, I think, something, also I guess, Thomas, that you could help support, initiate, encourage from the steering board level.
No, of course, the EOSC steering board is an expert group of the Commission that collects 45 countries, actually, and we are discussing these issues thoroughly in a good manner with the EOSC Association, which is an observer in this expert group. And this is a great platform to raise these issues, and I will take your word. I've taken good notes of everything what you said. So, because I truly believe this is what you want to achieve with the tripartite collaboration, that there doesn't have to be any conflict of interest. Karel and I can sit here and discuss, and we can be not agreeing on many things, of course, also, but have a trustworthy, good collaboration because we have the same objective. We need to establish the EOSC. We need to arrive at this vision that we have set out with all the countries, and which is also widely accepted. And this is just the first European approach. We have a global ambition for this. And by the way, yesterday the Commission was also here, of course, listening and dialoguing.
Did I not? Yeah, but what I did? Okay, yes, of course you were. But you are pushing for that, no? Too obvious, indeed. So I think it was Victor who mentioned that you also had a collaboration in outside Europe. And in the EOSC Nordic, you were asked to sign memoranda of understanding, I think, with the other regional projects. Were you basically involved in that? I guess, of course, the project coordinator, but is that something where you said, okay, yes, I had never thought about, let's say, collaborating with that region because there was no reason, but thanks to this project, it opened new horizons. You do?
Well, I wouldn't say that we haven't thought about working with other regions, of course, but I think that the project had opened at least the awareness of possibilities, and we have seen resulting projects coming out of that.
No, that's just, okay, I'm asking all the questions that are not on this list here, you see that, and if you have a question, please come in. But, obviously the majority of the project was implemented during the pandemic. Was that a pro? Was there also an added value to that you could easier reach out to other people, thanks to the Zoom from NORDUnet maybe, than you would have done otherwise? Was that Hans?
I think big advantage with NeiC and having worked since, even before 2012, is that we've always been a distributed organization. So that worked very well, and I think this is a big reason why the project has been a success.
And was that, okay, you had already your established collaboration. Is there a new layer where you say, this is what we're going to maintain because we didn't have that before and we didn't even, weren't even thinking of it?
No, I would say we built on what we already were doing. We have been running projects together for a long time, being all over the Nordics, and we were used to working in this environment where you actually sit in different places.
For the Baltics, Eva, what can we do in order to, let's say, support a stronger participation of the Baltic countries in the, I'm now also selfish, in the EOSC Association, you know, because I think you are the only full member so far with your Tartu University in the EOSC Association. What could we do? Because I think we also need to be anchored in the community to make the case.
So, the key for engagement is always first prospective customers or countries or organizations need to be aware of what we are offering, and then we have to offer them something. So in case of Estonia, I think we wanted to be aware of what is going on in EOSC and
don't miss the boat, right?
Yes, don't miss the boat. So and it also suited our existing collaborations. So I think Latvia and Lithuania is also very rapidly accelerating towards EOSC. Okay, or towards more collaborations, let's say.
Coming back to my last question, when it comes to your key exploitable results, they are impressive, but how can we now make them useful, so to speak, for our task forces, for example, in order to say they assess it, they see what would they recommend then in the end to the partnership, because the TRIA will be a co-owned or is a co-owned document between the Commission and between the EOSC Association, and of course the member states are also, supporting that. So what can EOSC Nordic do to make sure that our task forces fully understand all the good results you have achieved? Just a question. That's maybe also a question to the audience here, because obviously the overlap is not that high, as we found out, between the participants here and the task forces.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the right time, but we sort of hopped over the question maybe about new stakeholder groups. I have a particular specific question about that. Now, I know that it's hard enough to engage with ordinary researchers, but every now and then the Commission asks us to engage explicitly with citizen scientists, also called, community scientists or volunteer scientists. So I wonder, has EOSC Nordic does EOSC Nordic have any projects that explicitly engage with those groups to allow to, bring them into the scientific endeavors and support the collection of data from them?
So I'm looking at Lene and she's shaking her head, but maybe you want to comment on it, Lene.
No, it's a good question. I would say no, we don't have that directly. We're not there yet. What you were asking, Ute, is how do we sustain? And I think the most crucial sustainability is where the tools are taken up. For example, with the climate community, they are adopting EOSC Life toolbox, infrastructure toolbox in their climate community. That's sustainability, as impactful sustainability. We are sitting here as infrastructure providers thinking, where do our tools live on and so forth, but they are in the communities, so it's our job to put them into the communities and inspire them and upgrade the skills.
Will you continue doing that after the end of the project?
We will not as such, but now it's up to the communities. It's up, yes.
But then the question is, is some kind of measurement in place where you can see how many users you have, or is it just by chance that you find out whether they will be uptaken or not?
Through NeiC, we are keeping an overview of, for example, the services, the Nordic service providers. Who are they? What are the the services that are compatible with the EOSC catalog, for example. So, and there we are building now the usage. The platform, Ilya will be talking more about this in the afternoon. So how much are the services being used, and thereby being able to track the user communities and so forth. So these things are in the pipeline. Yeah, so that.
When is the project ending? End of the year or?
End of November.
Yeah, end of November.
Yeah.
So we have a question just behind you, and then Lars.
It's not a question, it's a comment. I'm impressed that how fantastic EOS-Nordic is.
Okay.
So that was ironic because, yeah, it was. Because actually my question is that from the whole cool exploitable results, whom of them are going to be maintained? And this is something we are not discussing at all. So for the whole EOS, the same issue arises for years, and I'm really sick of it. We're going to develop something. We don't have money to maintain it, and software after 3 years, not maintenance, is dead. And we are doing this circle for years. And I'm getting sick, so give me an answer. How do you change this? Where is the money for maintenance? Not for development, but for real, keeping it alive and making it interoperable.
I feel that Karel has an answer to that before we go to Lars.
Well, I don't have the answer, but I do agree with the question. This is an essential thing, and with all respect to the work done by the European Commission, they are financing projects, they are going everywhere. We are having a hard time getting the results in and finding out what the results are, let alone use the results. I think it should be more often that organizations that accept a project also accept the responsibility for the continuity of the results. It cannot be that the Commission spreads money and has to pay for the sustainability all the time on top of spreading money for the project. So they should have contracts with the organizations that accept the project, and that organization should be capable of maintaining the results.
But someone has to pay for that. And then the question, if it's not the EOSC, then it is the national providers, right?
EOSC
and then you have to...
EOSC has no money, and in the European system works, the European system works according to projects. So the only money is in the countries and in the institutions. And the institutions and countries have to accept the fact that they have to spend some money on maintaining research infrastructures, data infrastructures, and all the things that they have not been maintaining all the time. We have the same problem in the Netherlands. There's a lot of money being spent on larger research infrastructures, and then a new government comes, and a new leader comes, and then new projects comes, and then new research infrastructure comes. Nobody cares about can we maintain them, and will they work 10 years later? So I fully agree with your question, but I don't think EOSC can do that. EOSC doesn't have the money. We can repeat what you're saying. We can push the Commission. I'm pushing my own country. I'm pushing my own university. If they accept something, they should have the responsibility for maintaining it. Otherwise, they simply should not accept it.
How many hands here? Okay, first Thomas with the defense.
First, defense? Do I need to defend the Commission? Or, well, you know, the Commission, it's not a small instrument in the Union. So it's very big. So the programmatic investments we have done in Horizon Europe amounts to 320 million euros. It's huge. All that outcome should be used. It should be, of course, exploited. It should come to the benefit of the citizens of the Union, right? But we have rules on how we invest this money. There is a legal base for the Horizon Europe that was set also before these new projects and before we entered into this wonderful and very important partnership with the EOSC Association, which gives us the opportunity to have this dialogue also, right? But all the projects in the Horizon Europe now also, and Michael Arentoft this morning presented our investments, and there are 12 big projects that are really targeting the EOSC implementation, and also asked how many of you are engaged in these, and some of you are. The rules for these projects are not, they were set before. We cannot change the legal base on how to exploit the results. They are owned by the projects. But, as Michael Arentoft said this morning, the instrument we trust in now,
based on what we have learned from Horizon 2020, is to have a partnership approach. This gives us an opportunity to really talk with association, which is the voice, the one voice of the community that we listen to and that we trust, which builds in directly into the work programs of Horizon Europe. So if you want to influence Horizon Europe and how we spend the money there, I suggest you join the EOSC Association. Thank you. And by the way, I need to say that after lunch, I will need to leave. Actually, we heard yesterday that many of the governments actually fund, and they will waive your fees for joining the association. I think Estonia is one of them. I will need to leave after lunch, unfortunately. So if you have any more messages you want to pass along to the Commission via me here today, it has to take place in lunch. Thank you very much.
So we have comments from the panel. We start from the left.
Yes, so I would like to comment on the question or the challenge raised by throwing out an idea from the Nordic Sandbox from NeiC. So we also run projects. They're very small compared to the European projects, and they're regional, but we have now have a system with when we run development projects, when the project ends, I mean, we're faced with basically exactly the same challenge: who will use these results and how will it be sustained? And what we have started doing is to create what we call the NeiC affiliate program. So each project, after it ends, is now a candidate for this affiliate project. And what we offer is like a small chunk of funding focused on only the sustainability part. How do you realize the benefits from this project? Who can take it on, operate it, and so on? It doesn't always succeed, but at least it aims exactly to smoothen out this phase and help to realize the benefits from this fairly large investment with a small chunk of money. And now we're hoping to be able to do this for EOSC-Nordic also. Hopefully to engage Lene. I don't know yet if this goes through, but hopefully engage Lene at a small fraction to enable the realization of all the benefits from the investment that is done in the region.
Last comments from the panel, because I mean we are super on time, but now it starts to get heated and interactive here, so it's actually a pity, no? So Victor.
Well, I think you raise a very important question, which we all, in all EC-funded projects, there's a discussion how to sort of save or tools or results for the future. And coming from disaster or share or ESS, social science infrastructure part of the EOSC-Nordic, one challenge for the future, or even maybe one solution for the future would be, in my opinion, to make not only a requirement from the Commission to have partners all over Europe, but also the type of partners. Because I think what we did in EOSC-Nordic, bridging or trying to bridge, just starting to bridge the gap between e-infrastructure and data infrastructure, the S3 and the ERG, is something we should continue to do in the future. And in this project, the data archive has been sort of a minor little small partner, but it should be more equal. Balanced. And one of the things we could gain from that kind of cooperation is not doing the same thing over and over again, like you said, doing the same mapping of maturity level in the Nordic countries. We just did it in disaster, dashes, series, shock, 3 times.
And was it always the same?
Well, more or less. Well, different coverage. Yeah. And then we do it in the Nordic level, and then we do it legal.
Yeah, we need to start to move forward.
I mean, in shock, we just had a big project mapping the implementation of the GDPR in Europe, including the Nordic countries, which is valuable results, laying the framework for the GDPR, code of conduct for the social science and humanities. Also important input to Nordic EOSC. So there's something about consolidating the resources and using the resources, the scarce resources becoming even scarer or decreasing on a national level, on a Nordic level, on a European level.
So we should use it wisely,
Wisely.
because we need to build one EOSC, right? So,
yeah, but also within EOSC.
Yeah. Lars, you have the final comment or question? Because we are running over time now.
Yeah. So I'm actually going to tie my comment then back to the current discussion, right? Because as I mentioned in my presentation, there's a strong link between sustainability and mandate. And in order to take on something that the project has developed, somebody has to have a mandate to do it on behalf of somebody. And there's a very strong point here about who has the mandate to do these things. EOSC Association has a European mandate. Who has the national mandate? Who has the organizational mandate? One of the big strengths of the ESRI projects, of some of the big infrastructures, or some of the big research infrastructures, is they have a mandate to do something on behalf of a particular group of people. So they are an anchor point for some parts of sustainability. But this discussion of mandate is very important, right? And you asked, that's why I initially asked for the word, because you asked about how we're going to take results forward. EOSC Nordic has done a number of deliverables on governance, on legal issues, on mandates, and on business models. And we have a number of Nordic people in your sustainability task force, including my director, Walter Nord, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. And we will take some of those results and some of those learnings to that task force, because they are very important insights, right? And we have to settle this discussion about who has the mandate to do stuff at the Nordic or at the national level, because otherwise we will keep doing this thing. We've seen in so many European projects that we develop great stuff that then falls on the ground, right?
Thank you very much. So these will be our closing words. Thank you very much for the panelists for participating. And I think we should take those two events together, yesterday and today, and should, let's say, build on what we have learned in the last 2 days, work towards more tripartite collaboration on a regional but also on a national level, to have a good understanding of what are the next steps that we have to follow up based on the achievements in the projects and on whatever established collaborations. Thank you very much.
wondering how to make a play all night. Looking your way from out of sight. Thinking I should ask if you're doing alright. You weren't easy, so hard to ignore. Pull up on your right, ask what you're drinking, ask what you like. Said you look good in the dim bar light. So damn cheesy. Who'd have thought you'd fall for somebody like me? When you asked my name, I panicked, so out of my league. And your body was so magnetic. Before I knew it, we talked and I think about you a cocktail. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody like me. Took you out and showed you the city. How'd you let somebody so pretty's what they said to me? Yeah, that's what they said to me. Well, they told me I didn't stand a chance, yeah. Face value, heard you at a glance, yeah. But nobody ever asked if you could dance, yeah. Well, the only one who did that was somebody like me. When you asked my name, I panicked, so out of my league. And your body was so magnetic. Before I knew it, we talked and I think about you a cocktail. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody like me. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody like me. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody like me. Somebody like me. eyes just don't feel the same. Oh, like my life inside a car. Hit the button, drive real far. But that record on me like, I'm dreaming of you, I dream of a new night. Fight in the dark till we see the sunlight. My love, it's you
And I really like the Estonian music in the background. Yeah. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you had enjoyed our nice buffet. We will start now the afternoon session, which is about the real stuff that has actually been going on in EOSC Nordic. So this is our highlight. This is where we peak. So I want to give the word first to our VP6. So VP6 is our communication, stakeholder engagement, and our window to EOSC Nordic, and also the other way around. So I want to welcome on stage Work Package Leader Minna Lappalainen from CSC and Anne-Sophie, Task Leader of the Knowledge Hub from NeiC. Welcome, both of you.
So, like Lene said, finally we are going towards our stakeholders, and the whole afternoon is now about the stakeholders. And so we are here talking about the Knowledge Hub, and that was one of the main objectives of the whole project. So we had 5 objects, and this was one, to establish the Knowledge Hub for competence building and knowledge sharing among stakeholders and relevant professional environments. And as we have heard, these survey results, that there are still a lot of challenges concerning the adaptation of the EOSC and the value for the research. So in this Knowledge Hub, we really wanted to create such kind of, because many times we use this kind of inside out, so that we are talking about ourselves. So in this Knowledge Hub, we wanted to create outside in approach, so that our stakeholders, they really think that what's there in for me, and I wish that this kind of concept would also inspire new use cases and user-friendly ways to talk about the EOSC and the benefits. And this is really the service site for stakeholders who can benefit from the EOSC Nordic project. And we have really aimed to create a service channel that brings value and produce successful user experience. And so that this information is findable and easy accessible and meets expectations and gives value for the stakeholders. And there is targeted information for the policymakers, service providers, research community managers and researchers. And now you see the red point over the top of, maybe I try to use this, yes, there. So the Knowledge Hub is accessible from our website. And so Anne-Sophie will now go through the main topics which we have there.
Thank you, Minna. And just to give you a little more detail on the Knowledge Hub and its content, and this may not be for you that's sort of very into the project. That this will not be new, but expecting there's a bit of some people not that experienced in the project. This is sort of the jewel box or the window into EOSC Nordic. So first of all, we have the materials and primarily reports from the project, so you can really sort of get into what the project has delivered on a sort of a report basis. Users and organization, there I'll especially point to you that there you can find the use cases. In EOSC Nordic, sometimes we call them demonstrators, but this is really where you can see what has been done in concern with the services in
in EOSC Nordic and implementation. Training library goes almost without saying, and especially I'll point to all the things that's been done as a workshop on FAIR and different kind of trainings on FAIR is for instance, in there. Talking about sustainability, this is where we want to reach out to other projects, maybe EOSC Future, we have discussed a bit, if they can take on the training material. Services, of course, very, very important little this window, and this is where, again, stakeholder sort of audit, you can get into the project, and especially I'll point to this the service providers, where there's an entry point for service providers to register and update their services, that you can see a long list of Nordic services. On support side, lots of FAQs for you. Maybe not that relevant in the end of the project, but it has been before. And again, in order to give this knowledge hub as a concept, and a service desk where you can post your questions and get answers. And of course, this communities, lots of different links to all our relevant partners and organization networking, sort of, all the aspects, and many of whom you have heard this morning. Yes, so it's easy to find, and then maybe go and explore by yourself in a break or tomorrow. Then getting on to today's program, where we have especially picked two windows. Of course, we're reaching out to other windows, but that will be the window to EOSC Nordic for data repositories inside the user and organization window, and EOSC Nordic for Nordic and Baltic researchers and service providers. Now we're looking in from the services window. Yes, starting with the data repositories, Mari Klimula from FSD will have a talk on fair maturity of the Nordic and Baltic research data repositories. We will have a talk on successful support for trusted digital repository certification and verification by Tuomas, also from FSD. Case study on verification and certification on Ukumaran, and then outcome of this fair incentive study and expected income from Josefine. And in this way, we sort of round up the sort of broader introductions on the fair aspects of EOSC Nordic, and then maybe go a bit more into the fair matter on this metadata for machine for climate community by Adele. So that's the first session. And do we get a break between? No, I can't remember. There's a coffee break. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, and you will have a break, which I didn't put, but probably will be short. Anyway, then we move on to the services window, and there we want to hear from interoperability and maturity from Arti, motivation and mandate, getting service providers on the EOSC portal by Emma, and definitely linking into discussions this morning. Cross-border resources allocation, and that's Anders from SNEEC who will give us that insight. Cross-border HPC, Euro HPC Lumi as a model for EOSC, and linking a bit back to yesterday's discussion, we really need a sort of a best practice, good example for using EOSC, so here you get them. And moving on from the good examples, cross-border sensitivity data by Abdul Rahman. Then ending up with this cross-border archaeology by Jens Bjørn from Aarhus. And then, yes, we will close off with a closing remark from Sarah, and under the title, The End of a New Beginning. We will be very curious about that. So that will be it from us. And now enjoy the afternoon with a window to EOSC Nordic. and we'll give the floor to Mike, because I think this will be a compact session.
Yeah, somebody's doing something, so I think the presentation will be there in just a moment. And just in time. So thank you, Anne-Sophie and Minna, for introducing the session. I will say that we have 5 presentations. We have an hour. There were a couple of changes of names, so I think it was an old version, but you will see who will come up here and speak. And I have the honor to start. I have been leading Work Package 4. Most of the presentations in this session are the results of Work Package 4, but also Work Package 5. And in addition to the people working in the EOSC Nordic, we have worked with repositories, so I'm very happy that we have a case study. And the repositories have been working with their own resources, so they have not been, didn't receive any money from EOSC Nordic, so that's also, I think, a valuable input for the project from the community. So my talk today is about the fair maturity and how we measured that, and this has been mentioned already a few times, so we have done these automated evaluations. The presentation has been, and the slides are written by me and Hanna from NeiC, who is the person who has actually been doing the evaluations, and this was all started by Andreas Jansen, so we are following in his footsteps, those of you who know Andreas. So I have only a few slides, and fair, it's been discussed, you know this. I will say that turning fair into reality is still the sort of guiding light, so if you haven't read it, do go and read it. We are just trying to make this fair ecosystem and building the pieces of the ecosystem. But in practice, what have to be done? So this is how we did this. This is how we approach this. These are the automatic evaluations that we have done. So there are, especially in the beginning, we did get a lot of questions about why automated evaluations, because there were 3 years ago, there were a lot of fair assessments done by basically with questionnaires, pen and pencil, interviewing people, very manual work. And we were of the opinion that, well, fair really has only a little impact or very restricted impact unless the requirement of machine actionability is taken seriously. So that's why we decided to go this automated way. And we did a survey, so this was desk research, and this resulted in a sample of 98 research data repositories. So there was a question by Ute, where is the data? The data is in the data repositories and in the laptops, of course. But hopefully, a very big part of the data is in the repositories. So this is the sample of repositories that we have been working, Nordic and Baltic repositories. And the list of the repositories, if you are interested in our deliverables, the repositories are listed there. So in order to do these automated evaluations, the first requirement is that the repository assigns a global identifier, a unique global identifier to each individual dataset. And then the first alarming finding was, well, 25% of the repositories don't do this. So that's where we are, that's where we were, and actually that is where we are at the moment, so not much progress there. Then we chose 10 datasets, or to be very accurate, metadata records from each of these repositories, and then we had our sample of studies or datasets or metadata records. And we did our monthly automated evaluations. And we started with using the Mark Wilkinson's tool, the FAIR Evaluator, and for various reasons, and I'm happy to discuss this in detail. I don't have time now to go into detail. We later started to work with the Fuji tool created by the FAIR's FAIR project. And we did these evaluations monthly, and these are the results, and there's a lot of information packed here, so I just want to point out a couple of things. So As you can see, this is from January 21, so not from the start of the project. So these are all Fuji evaluations, results of Fuji tool evaluations, because, well, there's no continuation when changing the tool. We can't compare the results in any meaningful way, at least not using a simple graph. We did the evaluations using both DataCite metadata when that was available and just the metadata available from the repository itself. And as you can see, the blue line is DataCite. So when you're using DataCite, you get better FAIR scores, quite simply. We also saw a lot of variation resulting in the changes in the Fuji tool itself. So then we decided in July last year that we will fix that. We will use version 1.3.5 of Fuji for the end of the project. And so after all this and after a lot of hours spent in analyzing the results and what was going on, we can quite confidently say that there's an increase over time on the FAIR scores that was to be expected. It's difficult to say what is the impact of this project, but we can give some assumptions. But overall, I mean, the maturity level in the region is still pretty low. There is a lot of work to be done. The average FAIR score, it's even with DataCite metadata, 25% out of 100, of course. So this is low, and there's no way around it. But on the other hand, encouraging is that FAIR is very possible. So, but the time to start is now. Don't wait for something that is going to happen in the future. Start now. We also realized that including many very small repositories, because, well, there are many small repositories, it probably contributed to the lowish scores. So the smaller the repository, which is, by the way, very difficult to estimate, but this is our sort of thinking, that they have lower scores. They have typically lower resources, and and for most of these repositories, and especially the small ones, the FAIR score stayed just unchanged during the project timeframe. So nothing happened. They did what they did. The scores didn't change. But then we have a lot of repositories that run on established platforms, and they have noticeably higher FAIR scores. So that's one lesson learned. I'm not saying that Dataverse, Fischer, or others are perfect, but it's one way to go. Also, repositories that have a core trust seal certification tend to have a little bit higher scores, but we don't have that many core trust seal certified repositories in the area. So, and Tuomas will talk more about that. So it's difficult to really make firm conclusions on that. But we can also say that several repositories improved their FAIR scores significantly. And these tend to be repositories that received support from us, who participated in the webinars that we organized, who had the information, who had the interest. And then Tuomas will also talk about them a little bit and show some examples. And we will hear about the QSAR database today later. So I mean, we saw significant improvements. So it's possible, but the repository needs to be committed to that, and they need to be interested. So I will also share some do's and don'ts that we've learned. So very much to focus on metadata. I can't stress enough the importance of good metadata. And usually also metadata is available, even though the data set might not be directly available, but metadata should be open in all cases. And there are some very basic steps that you can take to make your repository more fair. And we were planning originally to have a couple of workshops, but then COVID happened, and we actually ended up having a very excellent series of step 1 to 4 webinars on how to verify your metadata. And then we had an extra step 5 webinar on value and limitations of these assessments, because there's always pros and cons. There's also things that you shouldn't do, so don't do it for the evaluator. The tools will change. Do it from your own, think about your own needs and what your users need, and then verify according to that. And you don't need to have 100%. Nobody gets 100%. having more than 50 is quite good already, and more than 70 is excellent. And don't think fair only now. So this is also something that we need to keep in mind. It's one thing to make data fair now, it's another thing to keep it fair in the longer term. And not all data needs to be kept fair in the long term. But that's another discussion. And I'm happy if you have any questions, I'm happy to discuss that as well. One more thing about why fair evaluations, because this is a question we got a lot, and there will be a presentation about fair incentives. But we really wanted to increase the fair awareness, and I think we've done that, although it's difficult to really measure. But we did have a lot of people attending our webinars. This will increase the trust factor, so if you have a score to show, although there are limits and to the assessments and how you interpret them, so you need to know what you are doing. But also the FAIR principles, they are meant for guide the machines and interoperability. That's something where everybody has a lot of work to do. Findability is already, I think, in a pretty good shape. Accessibility also, but interoperability, reusability, those are the two difficult ones. And we hope that this also drives convergence. So what we have done, for example, in EOS Nordic, we have been very active discussion with the tool developers, and we have, I think, 3 people in the FAIR task force, in the task force on FAIR data from our group only, so we have worked with them. And that's where I'm going to stop. There's a lot of links to where you can read more about the results and what we did and how we did it and the step-by-step webinars, and all this is available in the Knowledge Hub, so please go there, and thank you. I think we are time-wise pretty good, so if there are any questions, we can take 1 or 2 now. I see one hand. Is there a microphone? I don't know if the online people will hear you unless, without microphone.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think this is one of the main achievements of EOSC Nordic. For me, it would be very, very interesting to find out some numbers. Mm. So from where some repositories started in the fairness assessment, and where did they get and how?
Yeah. Well, many repositories started at level 0. But Tuomas will have some very good examples on where they started, and so I will leave this to Tuomas and to your slides. And if you have further questions after that, we can address them. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
With that, I think I will give the floor to Tuomas, and he will talk about the support work that we've done and the results.
This is the only really exciting bit, as to whether my presentation actually works, and that defines the thing. There it is. Yeah, so Tuomas J from FSD, Mari's colleague in many things, but also in EOSC. The title is Successful Support, so we will treat this as a success. This is the sort of a definition or hypothesis of my presentation. And this is more about the practical work we did in our work package. So the goal in EOSC Nordic was about fair digital object in trustworthy digital repositories. So we had these 2 things in these tasks. Regarding FAIR, that led to verification support, basically holding hands and making things more fair. But also providing machine actionable metadata recommendations on all the FAIR criteria. Then on the trustworthy digital repositories side, that was core trust seal support basically. Those verification step type of events, we had similar events on certification, and then the major part of the project, which was repository-specific support on certification and those things that are required for receiving a certificate. I'm not going to go through all the details, what happened when, and some of these things you already heard from Mari. So the 98 evaluation and support candidates, that's where we started from. And then we started slicing and dicing this group of repositories into those that we were able to support. We started with 34 that we picked out as repositories we could support, so there was promise. They were actually repositories, because this is one of the questions, even that I would say that all members in our work package knew about data repositories. Still, our initial sample, we realized, well, these are not actually repositories, even though they seem to be like repositories. So based on invitation and interest, these 13 repositories listed here participated as recipients. Not all started immediately in 2020. When we were doing the selection, we opened more spaces because we realized we had more resources available. And well, what were those support modes that were available, or support levels as we call them? So first, we had these conversational webinars on core trust seal and those verification steps webinar series. One of the main things in all webinars was that there was always plenty of time for discussion. So we hoped that repositories would join, they would ask questions, and they would discuss. And I think we were pretty successful in that, actually. We always spent all the time we had put aside for these events. Then with all those 13 repositories, we always had the goal-setting stage when we discussed about their needs, whether they wanted to focus on verification, if it was more like core trust seal, or a combination of those. So they could aim for different things. And once we got going, then we had regular or themed online support meetings. As Mari said, COVID happened, and all the face-to-face things became totally virtual, which of course allowed us to have more of these meetings. We had always 2 dedicated members from the task to support each repository. And in addition, we had online meetings that were dedicated on fair scores specifically. Then there was written feedback in between of those meetings, and then the knowledge hub as shown for sharing materials. Altogether, I think we had about 10 webinars. We had more than 80 one-to-one meeting communication events with these repositories we supported, and the task team had 33 bi-weekly meetings during the project. Early on, we defined the success, which I'm now reporting. So regarding certification, the criteria there was that the repositories recommended to proceed with the core trust seal application. So we're not expecting that they actually have it by end of November, but that the task team, which actually included a number of people who are core trust seal reviewers in real life as well, that we are confident that they should proceed. If they only did self-assessment, so they were not aiming to get a certificate, then the criteria were there that it's properly done and further work has been identified. In the end, no repository really stick to that goal. Most of them actually went for full certification. And in verification, we wanted to see a notable increase in fair scores of those repositories that actually received support from the task. Thinking of all those 13, they didn't stick with us the whole time. Some of them sort of started and realized that, well, we are not exactly a match here, or we don't have enough time. So basically we worked with 10 repositories throughout the process. And this partly, hopefully, answers to Anka's earlier question on where did the repository started and where did they end. So there is a deliverable 4.5, which is forthcoming. You will find it hopefully soon on Zenodo and on Knowledge Hub. It has been submitted in end of August, I think. So it should be there soon enough. These repositories here had a goal that they want to do better in verification, not in fair evaluations. So this is Fujitool scores mostly. And Maris said the full sample of 0.24, it's the green dot down there. So you can see that most of our repositories started with already a fairly decent score compared to that. So they were already above 0.0 in most cases. Dotted line is the average of all these ones here. And then, yes, as you can see, most of the lines are either level or make a drastic change from April 21 to August 21. That is basically an important finding, is that if the tool itself creates results, then you can see this kind of development. So nothing much happened for some, drastic changes for some, either going up or going down. And then when things got normalized again, and the last point here in April 22, that kind of shows the real development from December 2020. But clear improvement can be seen. And regarding verification, I would say that the time that repositories invested in making their FAIR scores better, that was fairly moderate. They made concrete changes and received a better result. They kind of didn't drag along trying to do a change by change. They did kind of crashed into it and got a better result. And as Mari said, if you're already in Fuji, if you're close to 0.7, that already means that you have lots of metadata. It must be machine actionable. You have licenses in place, persistent identifiers obviously in place, and you have linkages between data creators and other related entities. So you're doing already a fair bit of those things that FAIR requires. Moving on, in certification, so there we had 8 repositories that aim for core trust seal. And as we speak now, well, basically it says 3 ready to submit or have submitted today. I wrote this during the weekend, obviously. Today I would say it's 4 are ready to submit and 2 are very close. So we are still working with a couple of repositories. And the heat map there kind of shows the repositories we had and how they proceeded. So it wasn't the same path for everyone. Some have been doing gradual changes, and these, unlike the verification, they have worked with us in many occasions. So it's a lot more time consuming than verification, but if the result is that we expect at the moment that 6 will be there, that would raise the number of core trust seal repositories in the Nordic countries from 10 to 16, which we see is a fairly big step. Okay, I would have plenty of slides. Do you want to hear more about me, or do we put the next speaker on already?
You have 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Well, I can definitely spend 30 seconds on this. Well, did the repositories like us? Yes, I would say they liked us. And all these graphs you'll see in the deliverable. But I mean, the feedback has been very positive. Support has been was seen as useful and adequate, and especially the one-to-one support received top marks. And supporting FAIR is definitely at this moment less straightforward than for supporting core trust seal support. Other one has, I mean, both have criteria, but in core trust seal, that means that you make your documentation better, think about your workflows. Everyone has those. In verification, it's less clear what changes need to be done, and they are different from discipline to discipline. The part that I will definitely skip, because otherwise I won't have enough time for it, is what happens after the project. Because there is another document, the address in the bottom, on a European network of fair enabling trustworthy digital repositories, where you can see the these three things. How in this area, supporting both fair and trustworthy digital repositories, how networking and knowledge exchange, stakeholder advocacy and engagement, so funding policies, etc., and coordination and development could be advanced. Because what we saw is that support, peer support is important. It can't always be a project, so it could be a network instead. And you can read more about that. And as I guess, it's probably time to move on already. Probably was.
Next, Sola.
Yes. And I mean, this was interesting because now we will hear about if anything what I said was true from the point of someone receiving support. So I hope it still counts as a success when I'm gone.
You saw how I act, so floor is yours.
So my name is Sulev Sild, and I am describing our experience with collaboration with OSC Nordic. And I give a little bit background about the QSRDB repository, and then more details on this verification and core trust seal certification. So this QSRDB repository, it's an open access data repository for QSR models, which are quantitative structure activity relationship models. And they work in a way that you can give a chemical structure, you calculate descriptors or features for those structures, and you can use them for QSR models, what are, let's say, some machine learning or artificial intelligence models, and then you will get out predictions about biological or physical chemical properties of chemicals, whether it is toxic, whether it can be used as a drug or some other property. And so we are operating this repository already since 2012, and it's hosted in University of Tartu. And so the main idea behind this repository is to make those models public and to provide long-term storage for those models. And so if the data is uploaded, they can be cited. We also have cross-linking of model data with the journal publications, and we're also providing several web services that can help end users to use those models, and of course also to download them. So a little bit the details. So we have in the repository mostly models that are coming from scientific publications. So the data is quite good quality. So we have data all in machine-readable formats. So we accept data in QSRDB archive format and QMRF formats. And all data in the repository is open access. And so we have this research data, and so we're hosting it in on DSpace platform. So we have modified it, and so we have modified it in a way that we have a submission workflow where we have extended it to include automated validation of data. So we also are providing visualization tools, And also we provide web services where molecular descriptors can be calculated and models can be used for prediction. And since those models are about chemicals, then we also have implemented chemical search so that you can go to the repository to a chemical structure and search for it. And we also have data submissions reviewed so that data is consistent and fit for publication. And currently we have about 227 archives with more than 500 models and around 500 models, and we cover 86 chemical and biological properties, and we cover a lot of different model types. Covering most machine learning approaches and also artificial neural networks. And now when we started our collaboration, it happened around 2020. And at that point, we learned that this FAIR score for us, it was not very good. So only in interoperability we had 50%. And so we knew that there is a room to improvement, but we didn't do much about it. And in May 2021, we started collaboration with Work Package 4, and so we together analyzed Fuji test results and quickly identified several ideas how to improve the score with very small changes. So it was like a very low effort, and then we quickly got the score around 50, and then on our own we already got knowledge how to go further, and then so we used the Fuji tool on our own. So it has very good and detailed output, and it also has good support in the sense that we also reported some bugs and then they got fixed. And so we eventually got our score up to 75. But now there has been probably some changes in the Fuji tool, so it's dropped a little bit. And so what we did was that we just like incrementally fixed small steps to fix it, and eventually the score went better. And so one part of the work was we went through metadata that is available in QSRD. It was already in a very good shape, but we still had like a few items where we found that maybe some links to journal papers were missing or license information was missing. So we got some improvements with some minor changes in metadata. We also updated this metadata in DataCite. But in our case, the biggest problem was that this metadata was available, but it wasn't machine readable. And so we modified configuration of DSpace and also did little changes so to make this accessible. And so we managed to get this findability and accessibility to advanced level, and this interoperability and reusability is in moderate level. We have some solid ideas how to improve this further, but those changes will require a little bit more work and then some changes to DSpace to make it happen. But at the current level, we are quite happy with this result, and so we will see what future will bring. And then the second interaction or collaboration was on this certification, and this was actually very difficult. We originally didn't have plans to do it. We of course knew that this quarter steel certification, there are several prominent repositories in chemistry area that have those, but we kind of were not sure that whether we can do it. And so we got this kind of support and encouragement that it's doable. And then so we had like several meetings and kind of guidance how to prepare the self-assessment document. And then so alongside it, we also had to improve documentation on the homepage to describe better policies and things like that, and also document like a lot of procedures. And so we eventually got it done, but of course, since we didn't have like special funding, so it was kind of troublesome to find resources and so on and so on. So, but we got submitted it this year, and late this summer we already got the feedback. So we still have to do a little bit of updates to the self-assessment document, but those are quite minor, and so we are planning to submit updated self-assessment document to around this fall, and I think that with this I can conclude, and I really can say that this collaboration was very useful and productive, and regarding this verification, this was really quite simple, and didn't take much effort to get to this level. And this Kordas seal certification, it was much tougher, but and then it's still moving on, and then I'm quite certain that it will be successful. So I think that's all. And if there are any questions, I'm ready to answer. Yeah, and finally, just to mention that. I also have to acknowledge people behind this work. So in our team, Uko and Kevin, we also, and regarding the verification, Robert and Andreas helped, and with this certification, Mari and Mari-Elisa helped, and also someone, I know that there's probably someone still missing there, so, but couldn't find, yeah. So thanks again.
So hello, thank you for letting me present here to a live audience for once. That's nice. So I'm here to tell you about the fair incentives work that we did, and also the expected impact it might have on research as a whole. These are, of course, guesswork of ours, but based on the fair incentives study, we could make quite many assumptions already based on the results that we found from that study. So first of all, the ambitions of this task was to mainly encourage researchers to more comply with the fair data practices, so to include fair data practices in their everyday research that they do. But we also wanted to present them with some benefits of complying with the fair data practices, as this is something seen as is implied for them to do on top of their everyday work that they already do within research. So we were trying to point out the benefits that comes along with making their data fair, and also to demonstrate the incentives that are currently in place in the Nordic and the Baltic countries, but also the incentives that we found in the qualitative study that we did that weren't currently in place, that we wanted to point out that this is something that could also be taken into consideration, and that could really be efficient, an efficient mechanism for driving the FAIR agenda further. And so the third goal that we had was rather ambitious, so to reach policy harmonization in this region. I can't really say with all confidence that we were able to achieve this in the end, but we at least took the very first step towards towards doing so, and I will soon also explain how we went about doing that. So the approach in gathering input for this qualitative study was threefold. So we started by a mapping exercise of already established policies that were seen to be incentivizing for complying with the fair data practices. The second part comprised of literature review of mostly EOSC reports, but also beyond EOSC documentation. The third part was comprising of qualitative study, where we interviewed 29 individuals of various kinds. So around half of these interviewees were researchers, but we also included some other stakeholder categories, such as the ministry representatives, research funders, data support personnel, national data service providers, and legal advisors as well. And also actually included in the qualitative study was also that we reached out based on the material that we had gathered to that point. We reached out further to the stakeholders involved in these kinds of decision makings within research. Here is a quick overview of the respondents divided into our different countries, divided into stakeholder groups, but also field of science. But I'm not going to go further into these at this point, but just so you know. And here is basically what the whole work comprised of. So we had these different bits and pieces where we gathered input, as I just said. And the green, bright green box there is where we organized this stakeholder workshop in May this year, where we had invited relevant stakeholders from our countries who we felt that could maybe drive this FAIR agenda forward, and who had the policy-making power. So we invited the ministries and funders and management level personnel from higher education institutions to take part in this work. And their feedback fed into the final report on fair incentives. And so based on all the material we had been able to gather up to that point, we were also able to draw some conclusions as to the future directions and the larger impact that this could have on research as a whole. And also in the interviews, we were able to find a commonality among the interviewees, saying that it all really needs to start from the awareness raising and making FAIR understandable to all levels of stakeholders. So we were able to, during the literature review, to find this nice cultural change pyramid that has 5 levels of interventions, which will ultimately make a cultural change happen if all of these levels are fulfilled. So the model is progressive, so to be able to really achieve this goal of a cultural change, the upper levels are really dependable on the successful implementation of the lower levels that you can see here. So we have worked around these, around make it possible, easy, normative, rewarding, and required, and the added layer, as I said, that we said to be like a baseline level is the awareness raising level. And we were able to formalize recommendations per stakeholder around these different levels. So here is a nice picture where you can see summarized in red the challenges that we were able to pick up from the interviews, and in blue you can see the incentives that heavily support the challenges in a nice way. So the incentives are really like embracing all the challenges and trying to overcome them in a nice way. We were also able to identify 7 fair incentives themes. These are in no order of importance, but they are all equally important in driving this fair agenda forward. So firstly, offering additional resources for data curation and sharing, both in terms of money and time, is really important. So I believe that this was actually a finding that came across quite heavily, that the funding is really the strongest incentive in many ways. But also to have a sustainable infrastructure in place for sharing and publishing data. So it should ideally also be domain-specific. It should be supporting machine actionability, which is a really integral part of the FAIR principles. But also the support services should be of high quality, and there should be a lot of training, a lot more than currently is in place. There needs to be data sharing metrics developed and a system based on merits. That's something that we've heard a few times already this morning. So really that we need to have a system in place that is really rewarding for the researchers to comply. And we also need to keep in mind that we get what we measure, so we need to be really mindful of how we go about measuring science. I need to summarize. Okay, so we need to also develop really clear requirements for data sharing and fair compliance, and we need to foster a cultural change towards fair research, as I already mentioned. But most importantly, to communicate best practices and to exchange also among peers, so from researcher to researcher, provide them with good examples of how you can successfully include fair research in every aspect of science. Just a picture showing the richness of the findings. So these are related to financial issues. Not going to go deeper into these, but we were really able to dig out quite many nice and interesting findings based on the interviews that we did. Here is a picture showing the FAIR archetypes. So on the left-hand side, you can see the FAIR newbie, who is really new to FAIR. And on the right-hand side, the FAIR master, who is already quite knowledgeable within FAIR data management. And lastly, a few expected impacts of increased FAIR uptake. There are several. These are just a few of those. So organizational FAIR data policies are really important in furthering research. And in the long haul, it will lead to qualitative and transparent research and increased scientific impact. Properly funded research data management will also have its follow-ups of benefits, as you can see, ultimately leading towards trustworthiness of research outputs and reproducibility as well. For example, monitoring mechanisms for fair research, you're able to follow how the publicly funded money is spent. And lastly, it has a positive effect on compliance levels as well. And this is my last slide. So really where we need to start is to make it easy and rewarding for the researchers to comply with the FAIR principles in the first place. So this is the first task that we should start with in trying to make a cultural change happen. Thank you. Do we have time for questions?
Do we want to drink coffee?
Maybe.
So, no. And Hamish?
Hamish will be online.
Yes.
Oh, there's magic.
Thank you.
Nine.
Great.
Maybe we can have a couple of questions after all.
Yeah.
It's good to start. He doesn't
Yeah, floor is yours, Hamish.
Thank you very much. I actually have some good news. Up until last night, I thought I only had 10 minutes for presentation and questions, so I think we might make coffee on time. I'll do my best. And thank you very much for the opportunity to present a little bit, talk a little bit about some of the activities we were involved in Work Package 5 around FAIR and the climate research community, and also appreciate the opportunity to be able to present remotely. It's helps me greatly in practical sense, and big shout out to Haldi for the technical support. Appreciate that. Okay, so if I can. So just very briefly to give you an idea of the background or motivation for this work. This is the picture I have of the climate research community in terms of the service providers and the researchers before we started this activity. So, and I think this segues back a little bit to the previous talk. My feeling for the climate research community is that there's a pretty good understanding of the FAIR principles and open science within the community. So what it is and why it is important in theory. So the theoretical understanding of these principles is relatively solid, I think, in our community. The challenge that we felt that we had at this point was more the practical aspects of actually implementing these principles. So it's more about making things possible, making things easy for the researchers and the users. And there was a bit of a gap here between our theoretical understanding of how things should be applied and the actual practice, how to make this happen in practice. And so we were really looking for somehow to bridge this gap. And this worked very well for us because there was EOSC-Nordic, Work Package 5 and 6. There was another NeiC project called NeiC 2, which is a climate research collaboration project. And so we came together along with help from the GoFair Foundation we actually ran 2 workshops. A metadata for machines workshop back in December 2021. And then just last month, the FAIR implementation profile workshop. And obviously 2021, there was a virtual workshop, but the FIP workshop was also virtual. Right, and so just a little bit about the metadata for machines. Again, as I said, I assumed I had a little bit less time, so I've just provided some links here to more details. You can find general descriptions about metadata for machine workshops from the GoFair Foundation web pages, and there was also an EOSC report on our particular workshop. You can find the links in the document here. But just as a general reflection, these were quite practical workshops. It's only 2 days, but I felt we managed to get through quite a lot of information. There was a lot of presentation of existing tools and services and practices that are being used within this area and how we could apply those to our particular community, for our particular community. We were asked to provide some real-world examples prior to the workshop, and the organisers took a look at those, and we discussed those as real-world examples during the workshop. So it was really quite practical, which I felt was really, really useful. And I guess as a personal reflection, something that I hadn't appreciated before this was the real importance of machine actionability, and how that reduces the requirement for human intervention and human annotation, which is a message that you really hear from the researchers, that at least what I hear from the researchers that I work with, they are very happy to hear that trying as hard as we can to reduce the amount of human intervention as they work through their research life cycle, so that they're not having to go in and annotate and manage their research objects or their data objects by hand. That's a really important message that we get. So this was very useful. If we shift over, the second workshop that we had was the FAIR implementation workshop. It's just recently finished. There's a discussion of what a FIP is if you're not aware, which is something I'd never seen before this. So it's basically a collection of choices that either resources or research objects have made a choice regarding what FAIR enabling resources will be applied for those particular objects. And there's a way to generate this list. And the technology that you used in this point, in this FIP wizard that we were presented with, turns out that it uses the same technology as the data stewardship wizard, in fact. So there is quite a close link between data management planning and these FIP, generating of these FIPs, which we felt was pretty interesting and something that might be worth following up on a little bit more as an aside. But anyway, so there's, if you want to know more, then please follow that link to the Go FAIR Foundation. It gives a lot of information there, and there is also planned to be a report, an EOSC report, coming out relatively soon, I think. So with regard to this workshop, I think personally I felt that the wizard that was presented was very practical and very easy to use and pick up and get started with. The first day was only 4 hours of training, but at the end of that day, I had the confidence to, and at least I felt the knowledge to actually step out and really apply this in practice. So that was the first day, and the second day was after some work on this, then we go back and review what had been done as homework, say, and so on. So to reinforce what had been learned. So it was very efficient and easy to get up and running with this. And then the other thing that is quite important and was emphasised during this workshop was the power of the analytics and how that drives convergence. So analytics is around being able to very clearly and effectively compare different FIPs. So you get a nice clear picture of the implementation choices that different groups or different organisations have made regarding FAIR. And that can be really, really valuable, I think, for a whole bunch of different reasons. And one aspect that can and potentially will drive convergence, so that different groups, different organisations, different service providers aren't just going out and making up their own solutions, which diverge into all sorts of different ways. So that in fact, there's a convergence, which means that there's a lot more reuse and a lot less reinventing the same solutions in different ways. So that was quite valuable in that sense. So if we circle back here to this picture, now I think at least we have a better understanding of some of the practical ways of implementing FAIR. So we have the theory, but we have some practical solutions as well to move forward. And this was the kind of picture that we had to start with. Obviously, we hadn't paid as much attention to cultural change as we should have, because as you notice on this picture, there's still some small little dots at the end here and a question mark, and they're still in red. So going through this process, it kind of highlighted for us that there are still things to work on. So it's not just a case of getting all the tools, getting all the services, reusing all these tools and services that are available, and just forging ahead. The things that come to my mind, at least, are the governance and sustainability. So in governance, it turns out that, particularly with regard to NICES 2, which is one of the projects that was involved here, this is very much HPC and simulation science focused, which is all very well, that's fine, and that's where I work, so I mean, I'm focused on this. But it's very clear that this is only just one aspect of the full research lifecycle, and the infrastructures and the services that we provide, we really need to make sure that they interoperate with data management planning, with analytics and visualization and archiving, and also all the different components. Because if you think of it from the researcher's point of view, they're having to navigate all these different infrastructures, and so it's really on us to make sure that there is interoperability. So I felt, at least during these workshops, that we were a little bit narrow in our focus. So we need to step back a little bit, make sure that we pull in all the different aspects of infrastructure that are related to the community. So this is one part of this governance, and also make sure that we have a mandate, that we really do have a mandate to manage these things and provide them to the community. So that's a little bit of work on in that sense. Sustainability is pretty obvious. This is project work that we're involved in with EOSC Nordic, with NICES 2, and these projects finish. But this curation of FAIR principles and metadata, vocabularies, these sorts of things need to live beyond projects. The good news with this is that governance and sustainability, these things, they're not unique to climate research or our community, and they're well understood. GoFair have training and can help with governance, and NeiC really does a good job with sustainability. So it's not that these are very high risk, but it's just worth pointing out that before we really forge forward with implementation, there are still some things to work on here. So on that point, I think I'd like to finish there. But happy, maybe if there's a time for a quick question or not, I'm not sure, or maybe people want coffee. Thank you.
Yes, we promised a couple of questions for Hamish and other speakers. Is there any? Can you find the microphones there? There is.
Thank you so much. Hello, Hamish. It looks like you're out there in space. I have a couple of questions. One thing is so the work that you did on the metadata for machines workshop, where you were identifying the metadata that was useful to make the data machine actionable. And then you had the second workshop where you were assembling this metadata into these FAIR implementation profiles. Do you think this work is worth continuing in a NeiC, I've forgotten the name of them. What are they called, Abdurrahman? NeiC something projects, affiliate projects.
Right. Yes. That's a quick answer. Yes, I think it's a start, but as I say, I think there's a couple of things to put in place before we can really go forward. But certainly, this is the best set of how do you say? This is the I don't know quite how to express it, but this is the most promising way forward that I've seen in this area. This is what researchers are looking for: is this practical? How do we actually really do this? And these workshops really did express that. So it's certainly promising, I would like to see it go forward, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So thank you for your attention, and now we have a coffee break.
So we are running a bit low on time, so it would be nice if we could start faster. So my name is Ilja Livensen. I work at the University of Tartu, and in EOSC Nordic, I'm responsible for the work package 3, which dealt with the services and service providers. In this session, we will have several talks that present the perspective of two main groups that are participating inside the project, and these are researchers as well as service providers. So it was mentioned, of course, that the service providers are slightly overrepresented, and to some extent this is true. And we will have several talks from perspectives of both to see where we meet. But let me start actually with the first talk that my colleague Ahti was supposed to give, but unfortunately he's not able to join today. So I will do that on his behalf. And the first talk is essentially about the customer perspective. Within EOSC Nordic, we started with a hypothesis. And the hypothesis was that essentially we built EOSC as common in Denmark from Lego blocks. And these Lego blocks are actually services that are already existing, so the local or national services available somewhere. So with that in mind, our goal was to figure out if we can actually make that happen. And the outcome of that from the service perspective of let's say the landscape would be the ability for researchers to actually consume services, maybe with not so much of overhead that would depend on the location of the services or the type of the services. So it'd be sort of a transparent thing for them. And to do that, essentially we have devised an approach where we wanted to make sure that the Lego blocks that researchers use to build something are not disappearing, that are stable. So we devised a maturity assessment model that would allow to validate the services as well as provide some actionable ways to highlight what could be done better by the service providers. On the other hand, it's not really convenient to build something if every block is different. So the interoperability guidelines as well as actionable guidelines were devised in order to have a way to say how you should build new services that they would fit into this picture, or what you could do with existing ones to make them more compliant. To be a bit more data-driven, we basically did the analysis of the existing services. And so we took around 50 services from 20 service providers across different countries to have a data set and analyze that. So majority, of course, are horizontal services, meaning that services which are generic, compute, data storage, and so on. These are the most common ones present in every country, so it was possible to do the comparison. And majority of them are intended for researchers. We will talk a bit more about the outcomes of this analysis, but for now, probably the most important point is that we wanted to make sure that they are mature. So whenever we use them, we as researchers, we can rely on certain properties to be there. So the maturity assessment was designed to include several categories, like service management related to data management, fair requirements, legal ones, sustainability, as well as compliance with the EOSC architecture. We have done the analysis for all of the services across the countries. A very simple summary is here. So it's aligned from the easiest requirement to fulfill to the most complicated one. So on the left hand, you see that most of the services have some kind of documentation. On the other hand, the public roadmap of what is going to happen next with the service is a relatively rare beast. So not many know what will happen next. Basically, whatever was related to the sustainability of the services, to the development of the services, something which is typically seen in mature services. In the research portfolio that we did during the analysis was underrepresented. And we did the same for other aspects, so it's not just the sustainability. So if we dig into a bit about the data management and so on, so a lightweight analysis, whether the services or the service providers at all consider fair or not, can give sometimes surprising answers. So in some cases they are thinking, in some cases service providers consider that fair is not applicable to them. And that was actually the majority of the use cases. The accessibility and legal requirements, so a colleague from SNCC, Emma-Lisa, will talk a bit more about that. That is actually a big blocker because the service provisioning is typically connected with a mandate. And the cross-border mandate for the service delivery is not typical. Finally, sustainability. So a very typical answer for services was that they are connected with that there is no actual long-term sustainability in place. The mature services that are saying that to the user, it's hard to call them mature. So from the point of view of the EOSC, what we did was to figure out at what level, at what threshold the service actually becomes good enough for the EOSC. And based on that, we have also grouped them into different levels of the interoperability, of maturity. But maturity is just about making sure that the services exist. The other point is how to make it so that if you use a same type of service in different countries, that you do not start learning from scratch how to use these things, how to approach the service providers, how to do basic things like privacy analysis or whatever else. So the interoperability framework, as given by the European Union, is mostly aimed at the public institutions. There was work done also with the previous projects like EOSC Hub, as well as some work in the EOSC Future, towards the application of that to other types of services. So what we did was essentially we took that body of work, we filtered that a bit to make it a bit more applicable to the service providers, specifically in the Nordics. And we went slightly beyond the guidelines that say that it should be that way. So we came up with a set of actionable questions that apply to each of these principles that the service providers could essentially actually apply to their services. So the categories, just for a common understanding, are some about core principles, about generic user need management, about the legal and technical aspects, as well as semantical aspects. And just some examples from the interoperability framework in the Nordics that we have done related to the generic user needs and expectations is that for each of the services that exist, it should be possible to answer whether the service has a single point of contact where the user can actually get help. Well, these are basic questions that once you fill them in, make it much easier for the end user to actually start using the service or move from one country to another. I will not go into details of these things. You're very welcome to go to the website of EOSC-Nordic and ask the same questions if you want in the Integrated Knowledge Hub. There is a question mark on the bottom, so you can click and ask some things. And I would like to finish maybe my talk with saying that we can do very cool infrastructures and services, and it would be state-of-the-art. The problem is that, of course, there will be no research done, because in order to actually do the research, we need somebody else, and this somebody else must be happy to use the services. So thank you very much, and let me now, in my hat of a chair, probably get 1-2 questions if anybody has it. Okay, if not, so let me give the word to Emma-Lisa, who will concentrate on the actual motivation for the service providers to deliver services.
Let's see, do you click forward with this one?
Yeah, with this one.
Okay, great. Hi, I hope everyone can see me from the podium over here. So, my name is Emma-Lisa Hansson. I work at the Lund University with their compute center LUNAC, and I also work for SNIC. And in the context of EOSC Nordic, I work for VP3. Let's see, let's continue. So the main goals of VP3, we have goal number 1, identify existing Nordic generic and thematic service providers and support integration and the discovery of their services via the EOSC portal and other relevant catalogs. Then we have goal number 2, foster the organizational, semantic, and technical interoperability of service providers and propose solutions for improving the interoperability approach within EOSC. So this presentation will be color-coded, of course. So for all of your color-coded nerds, yay for us. Developments for goal number 1 was tools to assess the maturity of the services and models that can be used to help improve the maturity of the services, and also interoperability guidelines, which Ilya just covered. These are the deliverables that we're aiming at goal number 1. We have deliverables 1, 2, 3, and 5. Number 1 covered the service compliance checklist, the maturity model developed there. And then we have the first reporting on the mapping of EOSC prospective service providers and candidate services. With 3, we did the service interoperability framework. And with the last one, 5, second report on mapping of EOSC prospective service providers and candidate service. Let's see. So this was the first report. 2 goals were for creating the compliance checklist and the associated maturity model. They were to create a shared understanding of what an EOSC service is in the Nordic and Baltic region. Also to create an easy-to-use method for evaluating existing and future services for EOSC compliance. Boom. Compliance checklist and maturity model developed, as you can see here. The second report was the first report on the mapping of EOSC prospective service providers and candidate services. We created an initial inventory of services offered by national research infrastructure providers. Basic information from 49 services and 18 providers across 8 countries were collected. We used the compliance checklist and maturity model developed in 3.1 to analyze the sample of that inventory. Then we presented the assessment results covering aspects of service management, data management, and service quality, accessibility, legal requirements, sustainability, financial aspects, as well as EOSC architecture compatibility. Lots of covered things. Also using the maturity model in practice, this leads to improvements of the model. As you can see here, this is the EOSC architecture compatibility, data management and fair, accessibility and legal requirements, and sustainability. The deliverable was to support the Nordic and Baltic service providers and enhancing interoperability of services in cross-border environments, and also to contribute to discussion towards the development of the EOSC interoperability framework, as you can see here in these images. So the final deliverable then I will talk about is the second report on mapping of the EOSC prospective service providers and candidate services. So this deliverable was actually built upon a previous deliverable. We wanted to augment the previous one with the service inventory template with new criteria to analyze the services. So we wanted to look at new aspects like cross-border consumption, cross-border collaboration, commercial usage, and access policies. So we also covered more service providers, 60 service providers plus 2 services. The plus 2 were Nordic and European services that we analyzed. We started to compose more advanced mapping of the service providers. As you can see here, the orange circle is the European funded, and then the white ones are nationally funded and how they intersect. And then there is also commercial usage allowed and a cross-border collaboration. Let's head over to conclusions. Well, the main conclusions were IPR, sustainability, drivers and inhibitors, and interoperability. So the first one, IPR. Well, this was unfortunately badly addressed by a number of the services. We kind of attributed that to the lack of IPR knowledge among the scientists, but also the service providers, and maybe also a lack of interest in IPR matters. The importance of legal compliance is growing, of course. There might be a need for guidelines with concrete explanations and good examples to raise awareness about the IPR matters. Sustainability is another one of the conclusions. Has turned out to be hard to assess. Well, this is due to the complexity of the answers, actually. For example, a lack of the secured funding doesn't always mean a service future is unclear, but it can be caused by the time-limited funding sources supporting the service. Then we also have the interoperability. The issues are usually very complex, often requiring consideration from different kinds of viewpoints. And despite all of these complexities, the service providers demonstrated a high degree of awareness, insight, and responsiveness of the interoperability issues. The reflections made by the service providers are useful for achieving interoperability in practice. So the development of interoperability frameworks should leverage on the engagement with the right stakeholders, like service providers, end users, policymakers, funders, and etc. The drivers and inhibitors. The identification and assessment of the drivers and inhibitors for cross-border consumption observed seems highly relevant and can be investigated further, of course. So the service's main drivers consist, well, basically of their national interest, but also of laws and regulations and also financial inputs. This makes harmonization more difficult, actually. Let's head over to the lessons learned. What did we actually learn from all of this? So one of the things is value. What kind of value can the mapping of the services bring to the service providers? The structural hindrances kind of relates to the way in parts of a service are arranged. It makes it more difficult to do something or for something to actually develop. And then we have the structural drivers. This relates to the way in which driving forces impact a service that facilitates the development locally, nationally, or internationally. Let's take a look at this a little bit further. The value, well, the value for service providers can be increased exposure and potential user communities, increased service consumption, and increased network ability by listing their service on the portal. It can actually also be improvements. So even if you don't integrate a service, you can still learn something if you handle data in some way. All of these kind of different models that we have, maturity model, DMPs, interoperability models, FAIR, and etc. You can view this as an exercise on where you are in your service. Very few of the map services have been identified as catering to a substantial amount of cross-border consumption. And some of these services have the potential of achieving cross-border consumption, while others do not have the potential. Lumi, we can see this as positive lessons learned. From a top-down perspective, it ensures the cross-border set up efficiently. Cost models, technical availability, and so on, they are solved between the countries in an efficient way. Another lesson learned with the structural hindrances, it's national by design, developed for the cater of the needs of a home institution, national level, and so on. There is also no international mandate for the service, often. They are often developed and maintained locally by the national research and educational networks, or by individual universities or research projects. Cost and research issues for the national services adds on since there is no cost coverage for this. Often also bound to the local language. So user documentation, legal terms, and so on can tend to be in the local language. Also funding and staffing can also be local. Another one is structural drivers. Well, free for academic use is kind of a complicated issue, actually. It's determined by different kinds of legal, national, institutional, or funding rules. Service for free is due to national institutional interest to have them freely available. Adds extra issues when in the case of national regulation for cross-border consumption. Specialized research can also be, well, special relevance for Nordic researchers. Can also be very expensive for the services. Let's see, structural drivers. When supporting popular cross-border services, well, increased political support is very important for this, for the valuable outcomes and low risks of failures. So top-down effort might be very positive. Positive examples, Lumi and Max4, for instance. Structural drivers, well, harmonization of services. There is no clear path for the services on how to work out harmonization and synchronization of the services so that users can actually expect the equal service, terms of use, interface support, and language. So harmonizing services can be an objective with best practices for resource providers aiming to facilitate the convergence within the EU for service provisioning. Well, making it easier for users. This kind of contradicts what I just said about cross-border, but this is kind of more of a complicated issue when it comes to cross-border collaboration. This image might actually represent what we are saying about cross-border with more of the complexity of the issue. We have national or industry funding or EU funding coming in, and then we have very different kinds of usage then of the services. Might be a national PI that is connecting to other kinds of international researchers. There is commercial use, and that might include some payment going into the service provider and so on. It might also be only national use. So this is a very complex image. So next steps, what should we do? So only a few services in the MAP Nordic and Baltic inventory currently allow full cross-border usage. However, count of such services is slowly increasing due to the rising demand for cross-border consumption. There are examples of cross-border collaboration. However, they are mainly financed cross-border with a specific target. Identification and assessment of the drivers and inhibitors for cross-border consumption observed seems highly relevant and can be investigated further. And the service's main drivers consist of national interest and laws and regulations and financial inputs for all these kind of mandates. This kind of also makes it difficult for harmonization. So a possible objective for EOSC in the future would be to assist the service to mature further. This just vibrated. 1 minute left. Assistance can consist of guides on best practices, for instance, lower uncertainty about the future of the services when EOSC handle assessment regularly of services, also discussions on how to improve the services, and this would also enhance the EOSC network and the onboarding of the services. So the VP3 wrap-up, what is the next step? Well, we have a final report coming very soon, summoning all of this up. And thank you very much for listening for me for this 15 minutes. Thank you.
Do you have a microphone, or can you?
one question.
Sure.
I would argue that all the services that you looked at are mature.
No.
Because they are mature in their intended scope. And what you have been looking at is extending that scope. And that is more, it's, if you will, it's a journey towards more fairness, findability, accessibility. It's extending the scope beyond the initial one. Initial one was national or local in the university, and now you are looking if the services are, if the services could be used on the cross-border scale. So that's extension of the scope. That is a remark that they are not immature.
They're not maybe immature, but they're maybe not mature either.
Maybe I can comment on that. So in that sense, you're correct. It depends a bit on the definition of the maturity, because our hypothesis was mature means that it's ready for cross-border collaboration. If actually you notice this agenda for this session, we have cross-border like 5 times. So the services which are done for the local organization, the requirements there are different. So it's easier to achieve the maturity. Now going across the border introduces a number of questions or issues that you did not have. And this is also a question, these issues cost money. So you immediately get the questions, what is the motivation for the service provider to do that? And in our assessment, maturity meant readiness for the cross-border collaboration. So in that sense, I would argue that not all of them are mature. Yeah.
Thank you. And sorry, I hope I didn't miss it, but I was wondering what services did you also explore, what kinds of services are needed cross-border?
Maybe you want to answer that, Ilya.
Yeah. Okay, sorry for a bit solo here. We did not entirely explore that question. However, the way how the analysis was conducted was basically about figuring out which services exist on the national level. Most of the time, if the service is not needed, it does not exist. So there is a certain hypothesis in the analysis as to what is needed in a specific country, but we did not I think we did not do the analysis as what a specific researcher wants from another country.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, so it's probably a bit tough also to analyze. But we will have a couple of researchers actually talking later on, so you can, maybe they can comment more on that. Yeah.
A very short question. If you say cross-border, you mean cross-border across the countries you have looked at, or cross-border for anybody?
To some extent, cross-border across different organizations within the same country. But cross-border, so the EOSC-Nordic was, of course, concentrating on the region in Nordics, which has countries from European Union, not so much European Union. And I'm not sure what would be the extra complexity if we would look outside the region. So analysis was, of course, mostly on the region. But thank you, Melissa. And to some extent, I will now introduce myself again for my main presentation. And so outside of EOSC-Nordic, I'm actually working on Lumi, which was mentioned before, which is a slightly different type of service. So for those who don't know, Lumi is a EuroHPC site, which is built in a way where countries are putting money together, along with the European Commission, to buy something and then use together. So the question was that, okay, it sort of started also in parallel with EOSC-Nordic. So a lot of partners from EOS Nordic are also members of LUMI, so it was nice to be able to sort of compare what we do together, what we do differently, and maybe to draw some conclusions. So this talk is an example to figure out if we can learn something from the way how LUMI works, and if it could be to some scope model for what EOSC could be doing. So to figure out what EOSC is doing, I went to the website of EOSC and looked at the goals. So I'm not sure when was the last time the goals were edited, but so I assume they're still valid. And for those who have not gone to the website, let me remind you that EOSC promotes 5 goals at the moment. So seamless access to content and services via a common identity framework, access to the data from different locations which are fair, access to services, storage, computation, and so on and so forth, adoption of standards that could be used to compose the services, and providing the help desk trainings and so on to actually make use of the EOSC. Okay, makes sense. So when EOSC Nordic started, basically one thing to understand is that we did not start sort of from the greenfield deployment. There were already existing services, solutions, support infrastructures in all the countries, as well as to some extent cross-border, and NeiC playing a major role in this setup. When we also did the analysis of the services, we found out that actually there are very similar services in all the countries. Let's take just compute, at least one service in every country of the region. Well, that means that it's great actually. Why do we need LUMI? We can just take one of the existing compute services and in one of the countries and go there. Turned out it was not so easy. And we figured out that probably it's because there are 2 things that need to happen for cross-border service delivery to work. One is motivation for the service provider to allow access, and the other is, of course, ability. So motivation can be desired to get some charge back, to get some visibility, to improve the sustainability of the service. And ability is about the mandate, it's about the technical aspects and so on. So if you think what's important out of these 2 components, of course it's motivation. Because if there is motivation, we'll probably figure out how. And if we think about LUMI in general and EOSC, so this is analysis, very lightweight analysis, but basically we have something which seems to be like a current model for EOSC service. So EOSC service is something that complies with EOSC rules of participation and follows EOSC architecture. So there are some common guidelines how things should be. So the motivation for the service provider is defined by the EOSC sustainability. We know that it's not entirely in place at the moment, but this is the model. So the benefit of such a model is that it's very scalable. It's easy to apply to different types of services. You don't have to apply that just to compute. You can go with the data repositories, with everything else. The LUMI model is slightly different. So LUMI is a big computer that costs quite a lot of money. And the money came from the member states as well as the European Commission. And it's essentially a model of the pooling of resources to get something more back, because if you're bigger, you probably can get a better value proposition. So the main benefit of this model is when you do upfront commitments, of course you want to get you want to use the service that you bought. So there is a significantly stronger motivation to actually start using that. I will not talk about LUMI. I think actually the next talk might have some highlights of that. But what I want to concentrate is on the way how the access to LUMI is constructed. So this is done through the usage of the NeiC service Puhuri. And basically the model there is that every country, every member state can decide how they want to use their part of LUMI, how they want to allocate that, how they want to promote it, how they want to integrate with that. So all that depends on the shares that were purchased, so it's quite nice. The only thing that LUMI member states had to agree upon was the model of allocation. So We all agree that it has to be CPU hours, gigabyte hours, now probably coming up quantum minutes. And another aspect that every country had to agree was the usage of a common digital identity. So in this specific case, it's MyAccessID hosted by Giant. And when we're talking about the access patterns, well, we thought it would be nice if we would not have to change in every country the way how the users are actually getting the service. Because Lumi is just a compute service. It already exists in every country. So why should we make things differently? So we can try to do it in a way that the access to the service would follow exactly the same pattern as it is now. So in Estonia, you go to the national platform, you can take the compute service from Tartu, you can take compute service from Tallinn, you can take compute service from Lumi. Looks exactly the same, patterns are the same, support units are the same. In Sweden, it's also the same. You go to the Swedish supercomputing portal, you go for big allocation rounds, it works exactly in the same way. You get support from Swedish supercomputing center, you don't have to go anywhere else. To some extent, it's also similar for European Commission managed shares. So you go to, Praise portal, you apply for that, you get it in the same way. There is no fundamental difference. Actually, we also did the proof of concept for integration that with the EOSC marketplace, that you go to EOSC marketplace, you click that you want to get Lumi, you get it. So this kind of thinking about the user experience actually is useful for getting the adoption in place. You don't have to fight introducing new, potentially invasive ways of getting the service. You integrate with what is there. And turning to numbers, if you look at the number of services that have been granted in EOSC, so I'm taking the statistics for the EOSC portal service delivery for the last, maybe not for the last 2 full months, so August and September. Well, now. So we see that there has been 27 requests. Out of them, 17 were approved. So non-approved means either rejected or in progress. So this is for all of the currently onboarded EOSC services, 300 something. And if we look at the Lumi services, just one service, but for the same time, we had 62 requests and 62 approvals. And we can also see the nice allocation, who is doing a good work and who is not. And who is on vacations in August and September. So this kind of approach, when we also have a common identity, common way, allows us to understand better who is using the system. So these new requests are actually translating into new active users. So this is the snapshot of the user growth from the same time. And this corresponds to actual identifiable people. So if we come back to the matching of EOSC versus Lumi, it feels that at least for 3 of the goals, Lumi provides a complete match. So we have a full access through the common AI. We have a somewhat seamless access to services and computations. And of course, there is a provided support and help desk. 2 points, 2 goals are not, or let's say, are not currently in scope of Lumi, which is essentially the meta level. So how to build services on top and what to do with the data. But what I want to say with this presentation is that there are some lessons learned that potentially could be useful for building up the next phases of EOSC. And that is that the solving of the motivation actually is crucial to making sure that also the technical aspect, or let's say, if we answer the question why, we can easily answer easier answer the question how. And for us in EOSC Nordic during these years, it was quite hard to answer to the question why should a provider be part of EOSC. So this is a sort of take-home message. So thank you very much. Any questions? Oh, good. It's like most of the people are here from Lumi, so. So next speaker is actually Tuomas on behalf of Anders, but who will talk a bit more about the project that helped to connect the problem of cross-border collaborations. And this is actually one of the projects that we rely upon in terms of sustainability for EOSC Nordic results for VP3. So, Thomas, thank you.
Thank you, Ilya. Good afternoon. My name is Tomasz Markiewicz. I work at CSC in Finland, and here I'm in the head of NeiC, Nordic Infrastructure Collaboration. I'm the executive manager at NeiC in charge of NeiC project portfolio. As we've heard in the morning, we have so far run around 20 projects, and currently we have 7 active, and as Ilya said, I will present one of them. And then, indeed, we are staying in this first goal of EOSC, so seamless access to content and services via the common AAI. That's what I will be talking about. There will be a concrete case that I think is very successful, and I hope we all will be able to also learn a bit from that. First, let me solve the only acronym I guess I had at my first slide. The project that I will use as my use case here is called Puhuri, and it's from Finnish mythology, Kalevala. It's the north wind, and it is personified as a gigantic eagle. And also I'll be talking about Lumi, so it goes hand in hand. Lumi means in Finnish snow, and here is personified by a wolf. Actually, it's a Canadian wolf, if you will, but fits very well into the frame. The questions that Puhuri, in conjunction with EOSC Nordic Work Package 3, we've been looking at are as follow. Who is accessing the resource? Can the data be moved across borders? Are non-nationals allowed to the resource, and who pays and how? And from experience, actually, you have 2 paths. You either would like to first try something, proof of concept, and then move on. Another way to do it is to first try to answer those questions and then move on. And I'm saying this also in conjunction with the question that we had in the morning session. How about sustaining the results of the projects, for instance, funded by European Union? So here I will give you examples of 2 of these cases, and I think you will be able to draw yourself a conclusions which path is perhaps worth taking. And I'm telling it from my 5 years experience of working in this field. Here in the picture on the bottom, I'd like to give credit. So you have there the Anders on the right-hand side that couldn't make it today. He's the project manager of Puhuri. I'm the project owner, so that's why I'm standing in for Anders. And then you have Jarno, the project manager of the first part of the project, Puhuri 1. So the first case I would have is to try something, and let's see how it goes. So that was the efforts in the Nordics from the years 2017 to 2020, and I think quite a few of people here have been involved in this. In short, we created a lightweight framework for sharing HPC resources across Nordics. As mentioned already also by Melissa, you have a number of challenges to overcome when you would like to share the resources, even between the Nordic countries that are quite similar to each other. So perhaps this hasn't been discussed so much here, but the principal question is that some of these resources were purchased with the taxpayers' money from the respective countries. So then you will get a question why you would like to expose it cross-border. Answering this question also takes time and is not fully, I think, yet solved as we speak today. Another question related to it is VAT. Whenever doing this kind of exchange, you come across the question, should the value-added tax be paid? And if one arrives with the answer that yes, very often everything stops. So also, lesson learned with small scale, this works. With Lumi, it works. I will have another approach soon, showing how Lumi works. But this is something that we should keep in mind also here when drawing all this kind of paths forward. Perhaps it's good to answer these questions at first. So with the Linger, we simply try to do something and hoped that by the proof of concept, these questions will get answered later on. And we had 2 pilots. We had users like Helmut from Iceland that is here that was benefiting from this, running some simulations from Iceland on Finnish machines, I think Swedish machines and so on. Proof of concepts works, but large scale, because of these 2 issues that I mentioned earlier, is difficult to sustain. So what happened then after this 4 years of heavy work, investigations, proof of concept? One can say that also thanks to this hard work in the Nordics, there came the opportunity called Lumi. And that's another approach. So instead of trying something and then solving the issues here, we got everything, so to say, solved in the first place through roughly 202 million euros in total budget for this project. You have a huge resources available, so then you have this incentive actually to do something about it, to get researchers access to it, and this solves a lot of problems. So there is no VAT discussion regarding Lumi whatsoever, or it was handled immediately after this huge money was granted. So in this approach, now we have indeed Lumi. This is the fastest machine in Europe, the 3rd in the world. So in the morning, we have presentation by Cecilia and others giving this Nordic Council of Ministers Vision 2030, when we've heard that the priority is to have a competitive Nordic region growth base of knowledge, innovation, mobility, and digital integration. Here you have the answer. If we have in the Nordics, broadly stated, because this consortium of 10 countries, also including non-Nordic countries, but if you have something the fastest in Europe and 3rd in the world, so it's as competitive as can be. So as we speak, Lumi is operational, some parts of it. The full operation is expected end of October, early November, with the access to both the CPU part and GPU part, general availability. Here you have some hard numbers. For instance, the computing power equivalent to 1.5 million modern laptops. That really makes a difference. So with this money available, we had another approach called Puhuri 1 and 2 running from 2020 to 2025, as Ilya said. It has really delivered. So from day one of Lumi C, so-called, so the CPU part of Lumi, researchers across Nordics and beyond did have access to the machine, were able to run their computations, to log in the first place. And this continues also now, thanks to very good work by the consortium countries on that. And this has been built of this first example that I have on the Linger, where we had this proof of concept based on Waldur solution. Now we have a ready-made machinery service, Puhuri, that is serving the Lumi countries, also allocations from others. And now actually we are in the next stage of sustaining it. So we are talking about bringing this to market. So not only serving the users as they are, so to say, through the paid project that we already have, but the solution is so robust and proven to work that we are confident to give it to the others. And then comes another challenge. So this is again developed through taxpayers' money. If you would like to bring it to market, sell it, then you will again get a question, why to do so, why to serve also others. We are in the process of defining these schemes, but this is really one example of the success story. And if we are able to solve these issues now of bringing it to the market, it will be again next level for this solution. So what I would like to also mention here is that this, of course, came through a lot of work. As Emma-Lisa said, there is a rising demand for this cross-border usage. This perhaps is answering this demand. The question now comes how to indeed bring it to market, how to assure that one will be able to share it not only across Europe but also beyond. All right, so with this, I will spare you some technical details. If you would have any questions, then I will be happy to answer. I will just to say that this has been done indeed through the exemplary collaboration with EOSC Nordic. This happened in the first place by having a core group of people working with each other since at least the Linger time, if not before, that knew each other, trusted each other, and then were able to come up with the solution that works. With this, I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you.
Questions? If not, I would like now to give a word to actually researchers or representatives of the research communities. And I think the first talk is by Abdul Rahman and his friends. And the talk will essentially be about the values or the benefits that the cross-border collaboration brings.
Yes, so this will be a tripartite presentation. Yes, so my name is Abdurrahman Azab. I work at the University of Oslo and also as a senior advisor at NeiC, and I'm part of the Lumi user support team. And this is mainly the work of Work Package 5, cross-border analysis for both public and sensitive data. We will answer to the questions why and how and what, starting with Helmut.
Yes, so my name is Helmut Neukirchen. I'm professor of computer science at the University of Iceland. And in fact, I noticed the title, as Abdulrahman said, that is cross-border computing of data analysis. We had just before all the cross-border computing aspects covered. So, and yes, we heard already what can cross-border computing mean. It can be about geographical borders, but it can also be administrative borders just inside the same country. And one problem that then scientists that want to use user-friendly web-based portals then have to deal with is like, yes, these, how can they access HPC resources via portals and then HPC resources that are then across borders. And then as soon as you use them, by the way, remote resources, then it's very unlikely that the same software is installed there that you want to use, that you are used to use locally. Then also the problem of reproducibility comes up, like you need to provide the software in exactly the versions that you need. And that is also to some extent covered here. And as I said, we assume here scientists using user-friendly web-based portals to do data analysis. And some of these portals already support submitting jobs to HPC clusters, even maybe remote HPC clusters, but the problem is that these portals, they have portal users, but these are then not necessarily user of an HPC cluster, and that is what we addressed here. And I see three options how you can give a portal user access to an HPC cluster. One is that simply each user needs an access on that cluster, and then you simply map one-to-one the portal users to the HPC users, which is of course tedious. You need to create all these permissions that they are allowed to use that. The other extreme approach, I call it B, is having one single anonymous account, where then the portal submits then all the job for all the different communities, for all the different groups that you may have in that portal, then are channeled through that single account. Then of course you come up with quota issues, like that single account has then some resource quota assigned, and then it might be that one user from one community then exhausts all the quota, and then the other communities have no quota left. And another big problem is of course security, because the HPC administrators, they go nuts if you have a more or less anonymous account where then everyone can submit jobs to, or in the worst case, even log into the system. And therefore, we tried some compromise between these two extremes, namely still some sort of anonymous account, but have it for each scientific community or group of that portal. So by that, you address the problem that the resource quota on the HPC system gets exhausted, because you rather have it per group. That is anyway typically the case in an HPC center, that each group has some shared quota. And we had the hope that even though the security concerns still apply, you don't know one by one who's exactly submitting jobs via that community-specific account, but at least the group gets narrowed. And in principle, both for option B and C, you can even improve the security by taking care that these credentials that you need for accessing the HPC cluster, that you don't give them to the portal users, but that they stay within the portal, and only via the portal you can access the HPC resources, like submitting jobs. And for example, you are not able to log into that cluster from the portal, just submitting jobs. And then you can, of course, make the portal log each job submission to that HPC cluster. Then the portal knows exactly which person is behind that access. And the hope was that that solution C makes maybe people that administrate and are in charge of the policies for accessing the HPC clusters, makes them happy. But as you will see soon, that is in fact also not always the case. But we have just seen before all these presentations, I think we are on a good way. And one reason is probably that the logs, they are within the portal, not within the HPC center, the logs that you need to have the traceability. And we had two pilots to investigate this. One is the Pluto-F portal that was mentioned already earlier this morning for biodiversity and bioinformatics. That did already support to submit jobs to one HPC cluster, but then we needed to extend it to both support accessing other clusters, but also the reproducibility issue that then comes up, like we had to work on packaging software into containers. Then these are stored at GitHub, and then whenever you want to run at whatever HPC system, you can then simply retrieve these containers via GitHub and have them there ready within a few minutes on the system we are running the software. What needed to be added in Pluto-F in that case was a possibility to select more than that one cluster that was already supported. Then it was only supporting SSH access to clusters. In one case, we needed Kerberos access, so that was also added. And the logging that I mentioned, that needed to be added so that we can later on see who submitted a job through that robot account. And since it submitted only that HPC cluster in the beginning, but we also wanted you to use cloud resources to have HPC running in the cloud, we also needed to add support for clouds, which are then based on virtual machines. And there again, you need to have the software then that you need inside the virtual machine. But luckily, we already had our containerized solution, so we could simply use that. So that was then tested on Swedish and Estonian resources, like Swedish cloud and HPC resources and Estonian HPC resource. And so in the SNCC, they did not like that robot user, so we were not able to use that robot user approach, but we had a user both in the portal and that also had an access there on the SNCC resources, so we could at least have that one-to-one mapping of using the HPC resources then via the Pluto-F portal. You see here a visual version, like on the left-hand side, you see on the Pluto-F front end with all the software packages that it provides. These were then packaged into containers so that you can run them on all the remote resources, then accessing, as said, either via SSH or via Kerberos. And in addition to all this implementation, we also developed a lot of documentation, which is crucial. We had the topic of skills and knowledge also covered today, so that is also documented, for example, on GitHub pages. The second pilot was the Galaxy Climate Portal, which is based on the generic scientific web portal Galaxy, and then the Galaxy Climate Europe community that is then running on the European Galaxy instance. Galaxy supports already like workflows, packaging, remote jobs, both submitting to cloud and HPC systems. So in fact, we did not need to implement there anything. It was more about configuring, but again, also packaging. Even though Galaxy supports packaging, the Galaxy Climate Euro community still needed to package the packages that they needed. And for that, the EOSC Live best practices were used, based on Conda and containers again. So for that, a scientific collaboration agreement between EOSC Live and EOSC Nordic was made. In the same way, we have the automated setup by fetching then the containers from GitHub to access data that was stored in S3 objects, in object storages using the S3 API. and that then allows you to run the jobs independent from where the data is, or in fact even move the jobs to where the data is. And of course, since Galaxy already supports submitting remote jobs, we simply needed to configure it to use the corresponding resources. And again, in that case, we already knew beforehand that the HPC clusters that were targeted would not allow that robot user account. So in fact, we were only able to try out 2 different cloud providers in Finland and some Czech cloud. And to summarize this, so all the software that we developed is, by the way, free and open source software as open science mandates. I mentioned already that procedures like for adding new clusters to a portal, this is documented on GitHub pages. By using containers and automated setup of software, reproducibility was heavily improved. And yes, I introduced this robot account where, in theory, by adding this logging, you can address security concerns, but as said, in practice, that is still something to be worked on. But as said, I think with the previous presentations that we have, I think we are on a good track. And that will, by the way, be also presented next week at the eScience conference in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, hi, I'm Tommy Bergman from Finnish Met Institute. I'm a climate scientist there, and my background is in Earth system model simulations, and we are already doing all our model development as open source. So we do data processing, data analysis codes already on GitHub or GitLab. But also when we are running the Earth system models, we get a lot of data, which is then saved in ESGF or B2Share services. And those services don't have code themselves, so we have a separation of code and data. So we were trying to see if we can find a way to merge these two, so that we can do the data processing and model evaluations online on the cloud. And for that, we like to use this Galaxy, which was already mentioned, which provides a Python notebooks where you can do work collaboratively. And so we started out trying these solutions from the small one. So we first tried out CSC notebooks. There we are using only the CSC provided infrastructure, S3 storage and stuff. And there we ended up with problems with time because it has only limited time, few hours, and then also it's not open for other researchers. Then we decided to go for the EGI, which is provided by the EOSC Hub. And there it's very good service because you have environments that are persisting for a long time. You can stop and return to your work, but at least in Finland, some of the institutes didn't have the right identification, so we could not access the system at all. So finally, we tried this Binder Hub or mybinder.org, which turns your own repository into a like notebook, and there you can define the environment yourself, and you don't get into trouble with libraries and such. And as a researcher, I think these kinds of services are good, but there are still hiccups, and you cannot always use them to your advantage, but it would increase the collaboration. So yeah, I think that's it.
Yes, I'm actually impressed by the technical presentation of Helmut. You know, when he came to EOSC Nordic, he was talking about machine learning, and now he talks about HPC and AI and these things better than I do. So this was one of the benefits of EOSC Nordic, yes. So what the previous part of the presentation was, because people may be wondering about where the cross-border is, right? So it was, yeah, I have to, okay. Federation, types of federation. There is something called compute federation and access federation. Compute federation is that you access from one place and your data is in another place and your HPC in a third place, and you don't worry about where this is happening. You are just accessing from one place and the federation happens in the compute. So one Galaxy or Pluto F portal is in one place, the data is stored in an object store in a second place, and the HPC is in a third place. So this was the context of the previous two use cases. About the sensitive data use case here, maybe some of you have seen this slide from yesterday's workshop. So this is about federated access, and this is to answer for the European health data space. Federated access, it means that you have account, you are verified as a user in one sensitive data service provider, and with this identity, you are able to be authorized to access sensitive data in other places if you have the right to. And in this work, we are developing some federated access mechanism between the Nordic sensitive data service providers through something called token. And this token is an electronic identification, like a passport, but it is electronic. That includes information about who you are and what you can do. What you can do here, it means which data sets can you access and how long you can access them, and which CPU quotas, how much quotas in storage and CPU you can use. And the idea here is that you are registered in one place. This is where you need to present your passport and your ID and get verified. And then you have an electronic identification that is a token. And then if you are a scientist in Norway and you have a collaborator in Sweden and you want to access this sensitive data in Sweden, you don't really need to go to the Swedish infrastructure and register again and get your passport copy again and do all of the manual process to become a new user in the system. You are already a user in Norway, so they can just get this electronic identification from the Norwegian provider and give you access to the Swedish sensitive data that you are authorized to. We have this access, the token-based access in the Norwegian sensitive data services in TSD, in CSC also in Finland. I think it is in progress to have it enabled for Super and SNIC Bianca in Sweden. And also there are plans to enable it in Denmark for computer room. If you have this technology enabled in the 4 sites, and we trust each other's tokens, then we will have this federated access implemented for sensitive data. The issues that we are resolving now is level of assurance. How do you know that this user is, that this person is that person? So some service providers, it is enough for them to get your name and address and email. And some others, they need a copy of your passport. And some others, they need you to come in person and to present yourselves with the actual passport, not the copy of the passport. And maybe some others will need your fingerprint. So level of assurance, the levels of assurance are different, and we are in the way of having sort of Nordic approved level of assurance. And this also comes to the identity verification. Secure data transfer is also an important question. Some people, they say that the data to stay in the country, yeah, physically it can stay in the country, but if you will compute, for example, some data in another place, even if the actual data stays in that place, then you have to stream the data to the compute if you want to compute data on Lumi, for example. And this is actually data transfer, even if you claim that it is not, but you are transferring data. If you are watching a video from inside a sensitive data service provider and you are watching it in some place, this is a transfer of data as well. You don't transfer the actual files, but the data is transferred. We have this, we worked with this use case for computing sensitive data on Lumi. And the idea is to have two visions. If the users are not users of the current sensitive data providers in their country and they just want to use Lumi, it's important to know when do you need to use Lumi, because it's not enough with motivation to, okay, I'm a researcher, I want to write in my research paper that I used Lumi so that the reviewers can give more positive, he was using Lumi. No, it's not like this. Do you need Lumi, actually? Lumi is a very big resource. So if the resources which are in your local or national provider are not sufficient, then you can go to Lumi. If they are sufficient, then please use them. You don't need Lumi. Leave it for those who have applications that can scale. There are some sensitive data applications, like for cancer genomics and others. They need a lot of GPUs, which are not sufficient in their national providers. And in Lumi is mainly a GPU computer, by the way. This is how it is unique. And it has the AMD GPUs, which are very fast. So two main computers in the world have these AMD GPUs. It's Lumi and the Frontier, the only announced exascale computer that is in the US. So the idea is to have sensitive data archives in different countries and then streaming data to Lumi when it is needed to be computed on Lumi. And we have this as a staging area on Lumi. The other vision is to stream the data from the sensitive data service providers or the sensitive data services. They are with these red rectangles because these are firewalls. So those are secure systems. One can ask, why do we need that? Why don't we just compute on Lumi? Because there are some cases where there are some specific hardware that these service providers have and Lumi does not have. For example, there is a computer called the Dragon, Illumina Dragon. This is for doing variant calling for cancer genomics. So these workflows is for identifying what type of, some of these workflows for identifying what type of cancer. So you have the sequence of the normal cell, the uninfected cell, and the sequencing of the infected cell, that is the tumor cell. And you analyze them together. And based on this, you can in the future define what type of medication this person needs. So this needs to be very fast because it's advantageous. The Illumina Dragon, it does the computation in 2 hours. And if you do it on an HPC computer, it does it in 3 days. So it's important to still use such devices. So we can still, even if you need some scalable HPC on Lumi, you can still need some of these special devices that exist on the infrastructure. So this vision is also there. So this is why you are working also on a solution to stream data from the sensitive data services, the national ones, to the HPC Lumi. Yeah, this is my last slide. So what we are working on for Lumi is solutions for access control, AAI, and solution for workload isolation to make Lumi suitable for analyzing sensitive data, and solutions for tool porting and mobility so that the users can get the same tools that they use in the national sensitive data systems and they use the same tools on Lumi. Then finally, I would like to give credit to the team of the Work Package 5 who have done all of this great work. Most of them are not here, but it won't be, this work wouldn't have happened without those people. Thank you. Thank you.
We don't really have a lot of time unless there is a very small question. If not, better than wait till the coffee break, or let's say the wrap-up. So I will thank you very much again for a very interesting presentation. And the last speaker will join us remotely. This is Jens Bjørn Andersen from the Aarhus University, who will explain a bit more the aspects of the cross-border adoption of EOSC or wannabe EOSC services in the field of archaeology. Okay.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, sorry I can't be with you. I have teaching obligations, so you must enjoy my presentation on this remote connection. So what I want to present is a unique and a pilot project, and we call it cross-border archaeology. So the clicker, I don't know if that works. Can I switch the screen? Yeah. So who is standing in front of you? I took a photo of my pinboard. So I'm an archaeologist by heart, and I have wanted to be an archaeologist from childhood. So it's a dream job for me. And but I had also another side, and that was the mathematics, the computing side. So I started with coding Fortran in 1978. So that's it's 44 years ago I started with this computing interest. So let me switch the screen somehow. That is the view from my door, and opposite me sits Peter, and Peter is a marine archaeologist, and he is working on a project you might have heard about, the deployment of wind farms in the North Sea. So it was decided that on the North Sea there should be placed a lot of wind farms. And what is his interest in that? So please switch the So what you might not know is that many thousand years ago the North Sea, in fact, was solid land, and that's one of the reasons why windmills can be placed here. So the so-called Doggerland is a sunken landscape which contains unique resources of our common past, of the Stone Age. So please, next slide. Yeah, so these are images from Peter's work on these submerged sites. You can see bows and axes of different kinds, and you can see him diving in the right corner below. And so you can see probably that these submerged sites, they have a unique potential for knowledge about our past, both what concerns culture, but also, of course, they are a climate record. So addressing to the other projects on climate, we can here have let's say a very clear illustration that the past isn't uninteresting for our presence. Now, next, please. That's actually the screens from Peter, and you see on the right slide, you see his GIS modeling of different cores in these areas where the windmills have to be placed. And so he is modeling the Stone Age landscape on the computer. And his job is to avoid that these windmills will disturb, let's say, important archaeological sites. And how can he do that? Please, next. That is because we have from our other sources, we have our knowledge that we know pretty good where we can expect Stone Age sites. So they are closely related to the coastal areas and to the streams. So we can make models predicting with pretty good probability where we could expect sites and where we could not expect sites. So the windmills will be placed in areas where they probably won't disturb our common past. Now, how is this possible? It's of course possible because the archaeological record have been maintained and have been stored for 150 years. So even if our recovery of the site is fragmented and our knowledge is also fragmented, through these records, through our data repositories, we have a pretty good, let's say, insight in past cultures. Now, these repositories, next please. These repositories are often, or in almost all cases, they are maintained by national bodies. So in Denmark you have one, in Norway, in Sweden, in Finland, in Estonia. Germany is a bit different. There's one repository for each German state in the Federal Republic. And also Holland has one. So, so these repositories are often digital, and they are they are connected to modern state boundaries, whereas the archaeological cultures, as we saw, are not bound to modern state boundaries, and as we also have seen, that the landscapes are in constant change. So what is from a research viewpoint the obvious case? Next, please. That is to integrate different databases, different repositories into one. And so the project I was involved in was simply to make that possible. And as you see, we used the EOSC technology B2Find to integrate two different national databases and have one sort of entry into that database. And it's quite extensive. We have almost 400,000 data records. And again, these searches are possible across different also across ecological and other databases. So that's a major advantage. A major advantage is also that we can map across different languages, so from Danish, Norwegian, and also English. So in principle, we have a solution here where we could integrate not only the Scandinavian countries, but in principle, every European repository would be able to have one portal. So next, please. We had also some challenges. Of course, the harvesting technologies had to be adjusted and so on and so on. And also the different thesauri were not always totally compatible. But the advantage or the main result is that it was possible to create this common portal. So with that, I'm a happy archaeologist and also a bit proud and very, very grateful to be included in the EOSC Nordic project. So I want to thank, of course, the management of EOSC and also the persons who actually did the nitty-gritty coding and all that, whom I haven't met all. But I will thank you for all your work and all your support. And that is the end from my side.
Thank you very much. Questions? Not so much. So thank you very much again for a very interesting talk.
Yeah, thank you.
And with that, we're approaching our last talk for the day, and that will be Sara Gravelli from CSC, telling us whether this is the end. Something like that, right?
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for still being here. So I got this challenge for today to close the event and to answer this question. So we have heard about the results, we have heard about the impact, the challenges, and so to answer this question, so first of all, I need to thank Ilya, because Ilya was the one that since when I joined the project 1 year ago, every 10 days, he was asking me, is the association paying for this? Is EOSC being successful? What's happening after the end of the project? So actually I've started thinking about this question since 1 year. So thank you, Ilya, for the challenge. I will miss you. However, to come with an answer to this question, I want to share with you some of my thoughts, and starting from what we have been doing in the project. So Lars before mentioned that during the project we did, for example, some mapping and analysis. Okay, so for example, we did this analysis of the open science policies in the different countries, and you will think, oh God, another mapping, another study. Yes, and why did we do that? Because there wasn't an updated and maintained information about policies in our countries. So we used our regional network to find information. We connected with the policymakers, and this was a really good instrument to get in touch with them. We supported them in complete the EOSC Steering Board survey, so that was really useful. And now that there is a tripartite collaboration, we have this information published on the eosc.eu website, okay? And the idea is that this information, we want to challenge our mandated organizations and national structures to keep this information up to date, so that we don't need anymore to do another mapping of the open science policies, okay? So for me, this is sustainability, and this is continuation, or a different way to do things. Another activity was about, we were supposed to test the financial model of EOSC. That was written in our proposal, so we were quite optimistic 3 years ago. But then, of course, we didn't have any financial model to test. So what did we do then? Then we called Jan and Dale, and we asked them, so what do you think would be useful for us to contribute to your task force in a way that we use our competencies and network to do something meaningful for the big picture? And they said, well, actually it would be useful to have an understanding of the different types of collaboration models from a financial and procurement perspective that you have in the Nordic countries. So again, we use our regional network and regional competencies to provide this study. So again, was this useful? I think it was, because this study was not existing before. Somebody else now has this type of information. We contributed as a region. We also told them our lessons learned from what we know from our past experience. So this is, again, another way for me to ensure sustainability and continuation of what we have started in the project. And this applies also to all we heard before about this proof of concept for the cross-border sharing of data, resources, and services. So that's the same thing. So we are planning to be at the symposium to present this and share our findings with all the other regions, because this was a very unique thing that we were doing in EOSC Nordic that the other regions were not exploring. So for me, that's another added value that the project has brought. We heard about the FAIR work that Mari and the other people in Work Package 4 did. And for that, I think we have been hearing from Abdullah Ram, but also from Gudmund, that there is this new opportunity of these NeiC affiliate projects. So we can continue this activity leveraging on the regional funding of NeiC and this type of affiliate program. So again, this is something that can ensure a sort of continuation or can open new routes. But not only that, so we have the affiliate program, but we also continue this activity in some of the new infra-EOSC projects. Some of the partners of EOSC Nordic are active in fair impact and skills for EOSC, that they are really working on creating open science and fair skills. So that's a sort of continuation. And we have already identified another interesting call for the 23-24, that is the one on sensitive data. Yesterday we gathered together all the experts in the region, so that's another opportunity. The other thing that I want to mention before answering the question is also the work that Ilya's organization has done on this, bringing together all the services in the region in this regional catalog. So why did we do that? Again, because when we wrote the project 3 years ago, there was a big emphasis on creating this European catalog of services that then the EOSC Future project is working on in this EOSC portal catalog. So that's why we did that. Is this useful? Well, we don't know, because we don't know if the catalog will be alive after the end of the project, or maybe if the catalog is part of the procurement. So we couldn't answer this question, but the point here was that because we still don't know, Ilya's organization has decided to maintain and keep updated the catalog for the next couple of years. So for me, this is another example of commitment and responsibility of organization participating to this project. So these were just few examples. Of course, as Claudia said, not everything was fantastic, but I think there were things really good in this project. And if I have to answer, well, is this the end of the new beginning? My answer is that I believe that this is for sure the end of doing things a la Horizon 2020 way. And what do I mean by that? I mean by that now the external conditions have changed. So there is a partnership, so there is a governance, so there are people that we can ask the questions that you, Ilya, were asking me since 1 year. So we have someone to ask these questions, and this is really important. We have the commitment from all the member states to open science and their action. Yesterday was really impressive to see that all our countries are really engaged into this. We have a strategic roadmap, the SRIA, to which our organization can contribute to. So we can really feed the gap that we see in the region and try to advocate for funding to be invested in the activities that we think are relevant for our region. We have the coordination mechanism that the EOSC Association is setting up. So also when it comes to the projects, so with the new Horizon Europe projects, we will be trying to map all the results of the projects in the big picture, so in a way that we can see dependencies, relations, and better start thinking about sustainability since from the start of the project. We have the affiliate project from NeiC, and here this is another big opportunity. So I invite all of you to contact me or Lene or Abdularam about this. So if you have ideas, there is some funding available to continue some of the activities. And finally, we also have this National EOS Coordination Forum. So in all this project, we had representations from all the countries. So we have the network, we have the collaboration in place. So this is really the way to move forward. So I think that this is the end of that era, and this is really a new beginning, but also really the beginning of doing things with a different approach, looking at the big picture and really looking at the vision of EOSC. That's what I think. And that's it.
And I think with that words, those good words, thank you, Sarah. I would also like to say thank you to everybody, to the Commission, to the EOSC Association, to all our collaborators for 3 great, impressive years. I think we have reached a lot of big goals, so making the future more brighter. So, but thank you very much, and thank you for coming. Have a safe trip back, and let's continue in the new era.
And thank you, Lene, for a great project lead on this one.